Good day, everyone. How's it going?
Hello,
Igor, Nandan.
hello,
What's up,
hello,
everyone?
everyone.
Yeah, not too bad this side. How's the market treating you?
Yes.
I'm just watching some things right now, but yeah, before I get started, you could probably tell already I'm pretty sick.
Oh
so,
no.
so yeah, I'm almost screaming right now. My
Oh
voice is
no.
just shot to hell. So
Oh.
I'm gonna try my best to get through today. But
Well, if it gets bad, let us know, and then me and Igor will take the reins there.
yeah, of course, I
Yeah.
Before we
appreciate it.
get started, to all our viewers, a very warm welcome. Morning to the welcome to the morning sessions. Stumbling over my words here. As always, if you got any questions during these sessions, please drop them in the chat. Then we'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Nandan, you want to start us off, or want
Um,
to
I
give the voice a bit of rest?
I'll let Igor take the
No
take
problem.
the
I
reins.
will start. I will start.
All right,
No
I
good.
appreciate
problem,
it,
Mike.
man.
So let me start first from the news and then to go to other things. Uh, for today, the most important day is core CPA that we got today for US dollar. So as we can see, we got little bit worse than expected the results. However, if we just check what's happened with the CPA in the last couple months, you will see in March we were worse than expected. In April, worse than expected, and now again. So I'm positive right now after the third attempt that these numbers are just a reflection of the tariff war, because when tariff war started, this started too. So this is something that is for me is expected, but this impact a price like usually, and I will just start to show the chart and what I'm looking for.
Okay.
Actually, I don't expect nothing special here, and I think this is the more excellent. I think for traders, this is the even the good thing that happened right now, and I will just show you what I'm thinking of. So, as you see right now, this is my chart on 1 hour for British pound dollar. I hope that you see. So,
Mm-hmm.
if I just little bit extend this my bearish line, we're still bearish. Actually, we're still bearish. And what's the most important thing, yesterday a lot of traders missed this early morning trade for British pound dollar, because in 1 hour we went around almost 100 pips, and for the whole day we went 160 pips for British pound dollar. And this correction is maybe the good thing that traders can enter into trade again. Even I plan to enter into the trade again. Just I want to see the opening range to finish in half hour, and then I will decide will I enter or not. However, if we put Fibonacci retracement for today, this was the yesterday high, and this was the yesterday low. We can see that this price that's happened right now after the relays is around 61% Fibonacci retracement, around that, which means this is still possible and be very interesting moment for a trade. Of course, I would like to see at least 1 hour, one bearish hour here, and maybe after that, maybe to decide to enter into one trade, which can be a little bit risky because the sentiment is bullish here. But based on the previous experience, if we just go on the calendar and see last couple times when we got this CPA report, the market always continue to the major trend. So these inflation reports usually push market downside or upside on couple hours, but after that market will continue to trade in the direction where market wants to go. For example, in January we started the bullish trend, And in February, we had a bullish trend after the CPA. Then in the last month and the month before, we always continue in the trend that we want to go. So this is why I think that right now is a good opportunity for traders that see the bearish sentiment here. What I want to tell, I know that a lot of traders will notice that actually we a little bit too much high right now. It looks like we are going to back to the previous levels, etc. But I know that the tough trade is usually the best trade. So I know it's not smart to chase the top, but in the moment when we have some kind of the bias, then we really can little bit follow that thing. Of course, the biggest problem here, what will be the stop loss? Because our price right now is around 1.324 level, and I think the 1.326, 20 pips above here is just enough space for any bearish trade. On other side, if we watch the euro dollar didn't create so big push here. When we look, for example, the euro dollar, it looks more bearish than British pound dollar. Even this 2 hours push is right now nothing compare that we are really in downtrend since May 7. So from now we were at the 1.1370. Now we are 1.1140. So more than 200 pips down. We're still in the bearish mode. If we go to check the US dollar index, we will see that we are at 11,101.4, which means if we just look this bullish candle from the yesterday, we're still somewhere there. We're not went to the support or something, or retest support or something like that. We're still bullish here. Even that 2 last hours and 2 last candles looks that market will go down, we cannot be sure what will happen there. Especially that we had a news report, which usually just is a catalyst, move the market in some way, and then market continues when they want to go. So I think that this news, if we think a little bit just from fundamental point of view, didn't change nothing related to the US dollar. So the price is actually, if we just look the chart, we will see that the price, the inflation is just 0.1% less that we expected, but it's a 0.1% better than it used to be. Understand? So just to give you an example, CPA month to month was minus 0.1. Now is a 0.2%. Then, for example, the core CPA was 0.1%. Now it's a 0.2%. So we are better than we used to be. We just got the different results based on some economist projections, but we are better than expected, actually, if we think in the just watching the values. So I think that this is just the trap for the traders. Actually, it's just an opportunity to find a better selling opportunity, and I think that market will show that in the right way. However, the problem is that usually these kind of reports push the market couple hours. So we got 1 hour, maybe a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours after this, which means that we can get new highs for British pound dollar and in euro dollar. We can get new highs, which means that we need to be patient. We need to be patient. And like I just checked, for example, the British pound dollar right now, you can see we're still pushing a little bit higher. So there's no There's nothing clue that will push us again to the bearish side. So we need to be patient and just wait some good price to be selling opportunity. And I'm still, as you can see, in a bearish view, and I will be bearish while this bearish trend line holds. So I hope that will be up to 1.3260, but if touch this level, no problem. Actually, no problem, because just will give me another opportunity for sell order from my standpoint of view. So this is the today I made few mistakes. I didn't talk about that, guys. So it would be good just to talk a little bit of the trades today that I made. First, just to remove this Fibonacci retracement, just for the better outlook, I will just give you maybe 30-minute chart for the better move. So what's happened? What was my trades? My trades was yesterday. We tried to break 1.3215. We didn't succeed and start to go down. But what I realized that we didn't try to touch the previous support, and we didn't touch 1.3140, and because of that, I saw this push again during the second part of the US session. I wait to finish the open of the new day, and just before I went to sleep, I create one small trade, one buy trade. And I did it because my relative strength index started to go up. I saw that. And what I knew is that during the UK open, we will try to retest this level at 1.3215. So 3215 was a few days ago support. Now it's resistance. I hope that we will retest that. And I put my trade. And I closed my trade. And then what's happened? Look this candle here, which was the trap for me, because I wanted to enter into the trade because it was the end of the UK open. We reached the high of 1.3215, and now I wanted, okay, now trend continues, I'm bearish, let me go there. And I create a little bit aggressive trade here with a stop loss around 1.322, and I lost that trade. I figure out that after the UK open, price of the British pound dollar, the whole euro session just sideways around 1.322 and nothing, neither buy, neither sell. Market expect the news, and my trade was a bad trade. And the stupidity was that I increased the size because my logic was I'm bearish. I reach the correction almost 50% of the Fibonacci retracement. I'm there. I have a bearish candle. Beautiful. I will enter into trade. Everything is fine. This is my setup A. I will a little bit risk more than ever. And everything that I got during my trade during the Asia session, plus a little bit more, I lost in this trade. And that trade was, like I said, that trade was just after this UK open. And this is my one winning and one losing trade that I created today. One for Asia session and one for UK session, but my UK session trade is awful. So this was my trading setup for today. And of course, just to create a little recap, to spare the Nandan, because I know that Nandan likes to give comments for every single asset, and usually gives very good 4-hour chart predictions, which I really like. And for example, Aussie dollar, the same thing. Last 1 hour, we are pushing higher here. However, if we go to the daily chart, we can see that we're still in this bearish move. We have a 3 bearish days, and today we have a little bit bullish day, but day is not over, so we don't know what will happen here. Then have my long-term magical US dollar Swiss trade. As you can see, yes, the really big bullish candle. Today we are half of that, but I still believe that we can reach this 0.88 target. The good thing, I'm positive with this trade, so I keep that without any problem, and I don't have problem with nothing there. The good thing is that right now we have the index opening range. It is just beginning. Richard, if you have any trade, just stop me in any moment, because I know that you trade this opening range.
No worries.
Right now, so the good thing is that we are starting this day with a little bit bullish bias for indices, which is good because of this news. I know that the stock market and the US dollar index is not always correlated. Sometimes is in opposite ways, sometimes in the same direction. But it's good that we have this push here upside, because I believe that we can go in like the next one month at least with a bullish bias with stocks and bullish bias with the US dollar index, and I think that can be interesting there, related to the indices ways. So of course, when I watch and see this, I'm really bullish for all indices, not just S&P 500. I'm really monitor that a lot, and the good thing is that right now we are some low volume profile, which I would like maybe to see some new high today, related to the US dollar market, especially to continue this story that we had related to the tariff agreement between the United States and the China. So I would like to see the bullish bias longer term, just to see the market recover and everything. I think it's beneficial for all assets right now. So this is the things that I'm watching. I believe that my basic asset will be British pound dollar, and I would like just to see that this trend line. I'm watching a lot this trend line to hold, and I would like to enter a new trade as soon as possible. Actually, the best thing is tomorrow, because today I made little loss, but even I see some good opportunity, some strong push below this candle. You know, if we back on 1.3215 and strong back there, it would be clear sign that we can go a bearish move again. So this is my introduction for today. So I hope, Richard, that you have something interesting for indices.
Yeah, I can quickly show you the indices side. Thank you, Igor.
Yes, please.
Let me just share quick. All right, there we go. Looking here at the NASDAQ again on the 5-minute time frame, we had a nice little push higher here after those CPI numbers. Price still a little bit to the sideways. During the overnight session, we've had a nice bullish move. For that matter, things have been quite bullish on the indices, as you probably all know already. And then we had this gap open between Friday's close and Monday's start. So that might get filled at some stage. It might not. Things look really, really bullish here today. I'm not going to stand in the way of that trying to get long here at where price is currently trading, unless we can see a decline and price take out these cluster of lows that formed during the pre-market session.
Yes.
That's pretty far away from the current price action, but that is unfortunately what I'll need to see if I want to go long. Like I mentioned, trying to go short here is for me just a gamble. All shorts here that we've had during this very strong move to the upside has been very short-lived. But that being said, if we do see some sort of setup, then I'll potentially take it, maybe just with a smaller lot size. That's on the short side now. You can see this zone on the top here were a cluster of highs. It was yesterday's high, and yeah, we actually had two highs. Well, we had a high over here around about just before the 4 p.m. mark, and then we had one pre-market around about 7 a.m. Sort of around in the same area, but price is just shot straight through that, retested it now, and up we go again. So it's going to be difficult trying to get long at the current levels unless we see a decline that'll take out these overnight session cluster of lows that we've seen there. Let me have a look at the S&P 500. Very similar in price action, also heading towards the spike that we've seen after the CPI numbers. Also a cluster of lows during the pre-market session. Same thing. If I want to go long, price will need to move lower, pip those areas and then make a move back to the upside. Switch to 1 minute time frame, follow the rest of the rules like price structure breaks and fair value gaps to see if I can get into a long trade like that. Crude oil. Let's just bring crude oil up. Crude oil's also had a strong bullish move to the upside. Don't know if you can see it on the chart here, but since that strong decline that we've had, it looks like a head and shoulders pattern that we've seen here, an inverse head and shoulders pattern that broke up to the upside here on the 8th of this month. Very strong move upwards. We got all these lines you see here around 63.23, 63.40, and at 63.76. Those are levels that where we had previous lower highs around about the end of April, and then it's a smaller one over here on the 23rd of April. So price has been gravitating towards those lows, obviously got very close to it yesterday, failed, and is now making another move upwards. So I'm still a bit bullish on crude oil, to be dead honest. But according to the strategy, we'll have to see price take out these clusters of lows if I want to go long. These formed around about yesterday, around about the end of the session, around about 11, and then slowly started moving to the upside. So not much to do on either one of these markets that I'm following. Potentially today, I might attempt to take that opening range breakout trade that I've talked about before. And for that setup, I'll have to wait since the market opened at 9:30, the cash session, for the first 15 minutes. And then see if we can get a breakout on the 5-minute that closes outside of that range, whether it's bullish or bearish, and then trade into that direction. This might be the only strategy that will complement a bullish type trade, where the others I'll have to wait for, obviously, levels to be broken to the downside. We might just see price continue higher for the rest of the day. So this might be the strategy that will be best suited to trade where price is currently trading at on the NASDAQ. So I'll be following or closely monitoring that. We still have about 7 minutes before that opening range completes. And then I'll maybe switch back to this chart and see if there's a trade opportunity. So that's it from my side. Maybe, Nandan, you can, in the meantime, while I wait for that 7 minutes for the 1:45 mark, just maybe show us what you have, if you feel up for it.
Yeah, of course. Let me go ahead and share my screen right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. Give me 1 second. It's not
No
showing up.
worries.
I'm gonna rejoin the studio real quick, and then I'll be right
It's
back.
frozen a bit. Okay, no worries.
Yeah, sometimes it's happened to
Yeah, it
me
happens
too.
to me a few times too.
To be
It's
rejected.
logged
To
out,
be rejected
logged back in.
sometimes.
Yeah. Right, folks. So while we wait for Nandan to share his charts and his analysis, what he's talking currently, again, if you've got any questions, please let us know. He's back.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, let's try again.
All right. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Sometimes the room just doesn't pick up the recording software that I'm using, so I have to.
All good.
Yeah.
All good.
Anyways,
Oh, sorry. There we go.
all
Yeah.
right, nice. So yeah, I wanted to start off with the spreadsheet analysis.
Mhm.
So starting off with the U.S. dollar, there's not a lot of consistency with the dollar pairs. There was some pretty strong movements earlier in the week, but overall, I'm not seeing a lot of consistency. There is some potential alignment happening for the dollar strength to come in, but again, it's so minor that I wouldn't even consider anything of it. But other pairs like the Swissy, the Swissy pairs do have weakness on the daily charts, but the charts themselves look a little weird. I think there are some definitely good looking charts, which I'll get into when I show you guys some more charts, but there's not too much consistency on the 4 hour, but the daily is good enough to where it's warranted. You should probably take a look at it. The euro is largely mixed overall. I would say the daily timeframes do have a slight bias towards weakness, but it's so minor. The 4 hour isn't really doing anything. And I did take a look at the euro charts as well, and they don't really look too interesting. So, the next set of currencies or the next set of pairs is the yen pairs. Yen is showing consistency in terms of weakness on every single pair on the 4 hour and every single pair on the daily chart. So the one thing I did look at when I looked at the yen pairs is, with the yen weakness in the market, with today's moves specifically, the Canadian dollar is also trying to fight it for weakness as well. And I don't think it's going to necessarily show on these on the spreadsheet here. Yeah, it's not really shown, but just looking at the price movements, the intraday movements of today, and some of the ways these Canadian dollar pairs are starting to line up, I think the yen and the Canadian dollar are going to start to fight for who's going to be the weakest one. But of course, right now it's definitely the Japanese yen. Um, Pound, there's not a lot of consistency on the pound pairs, so just pretty quick to move past that. The Aussie dollar is showing some strength, and it's more so on the daily time frames. The 4 hour isn't really showing too much, so we'll definitely look at some of those pairs. Canadian dollar itself, it's largely mixed, but today's intraday movements, if you line up all the Canadian dollar pairs side by side and look at their 15-minute chart or something like that, 5-minute, 15-minute, 30-minute, you can definitely see a lot of weakness that did come into play. I don't know if that weakness is going to continue, but the charts do look good on some of these pairs, and we'll take a look at them. New Zealand dollar is largely mixed as well, but uh, with the Aussie dollar being strong on the daily charts, I wouldn't be too surprised if the New Zealand dollar also starts to strengthen a bit. I think today, the intraday movements were somewhat in favor of New Zealand dollar strength, but overall, not too much going on there. So I'm gonna, do my analysis today after, when before I go to bed, and we'll analyze the entire market again. But specifically for pairs that I'm looking at, the dollar CAD. Initially I was looking for a sell. These last couple weeks I've been just waiting to sell this pair, but we've had a pretty major breakout on this on dollar CAD. It's a reversal that's happening, and the trend indicators on the daily time frames have started to point upwards. So I'm looking for a breakout at where it's currently consolidating now. On these 4 hour charts at 1.402. Past there, I I really do think we have a strong a potential to move back up to 1.4265 around that area. We can go even further than that, judging by this weekly chart, but the weekly trend hasn't formed yet. So I'm mainly looking at the daily. That's kind of like my bias right now. And the 4 hours consolidating pretty nicely. We made a move upwards. We consolidated. We kind of poked out of that consolidation, and we're consolidating again. So I'm just waiting for a breakout. I thought today with the Canadian dollar intraday movements, we would have gotten something. Specifically after that dollar news that came out, I was hoping for some major movements, but nothing really happened with the dollar pair. So just keeping sitting on my hands with this pair, waiting for it to break out, and we'll see how it follows through. But yeah, I definitely think this is a start of a new a fresh movement. So if you get intraday momentum on your side and you have a price breakout, I certainly think it's a great trade to take.
Mm.
Canadian dollar yen is another pair that I was taking a look at. On the weekly time frame, we're getting this really nice U shape. What seems to be a reversal now. We made this major move down. We consolidated for a very, very, very long time going sideways. This is a 400 pip range, and it's been going sideways for pretty much, what is this, 10 weeks now, or 11 weeks. That's a very long time. So we started to push upwards, and now I'm just interested to see, which pair is going to take over in terms of strength and weakness. Both of these guys are weak. So for the meantime, I'm not really looking to enter into this guy, especially not today, because one, it hasn't even broken out. But if it did break out, let's say we did have a price alert right now that happened, taking a look at the market dynamics, the intraday momentum on both of these currencies, they're both weak. So it's weak against weak. You're putting yourself, you're putting the odds against your favor at that point. So I think this pair might need a few more days, but it's certainly interesting. If one currency takes the dominant, it is more dominant, and the other one starts to back down, I think then you can get a very nice trade potentially on this guy. But earlier when I was taking a look at it, we didn't really have the week against week that we do right now. But um, yeah, that's the plan for the Canadian dollar yen. Moving to the pound Swiss, this is one of those Swissy pairs I thought that potentially looked the best. It's definitely going to be on this pound Swiss pair. The weekly is going completely sideways. We had this major push downwards. This is when the tariff news was happening, the peak of the tariff volatility, and we're pretty much starting to reverse off of these massive, massive moves. So again, we have a fresh daily cross in place, and we've been making nice cycles. Higher highs and higher lows, but I don't know if this guy's going to consolidate longer, but I'm just waiting for a breakout on this 4-hour chart. This 4-hour chart looks beautiful, and I'm just waiting for a breakout at 1.117. Past there, I think we can make we have potential all the way up to 1.144. We can push higher past there, but I think that's a good place to start, and we'll monitor how this pair continuously moves. But that was certainly one of the best looking Swissy pairs in my opinion. Now the Euro Yen, this pair I have been monitoring it for about a month now. With the yen strengthening earlier in the month or last month, there was concern that this idea that of a trade that I had was going to fail, but the market started to change gears and shift wheels, so it started to push upwards, and we're not there yet to really pull the trigger. I think this pair still needs a couple more days to really develop itself. But man, if I'm looking at this weekly chart and we get a price breakout, ideally I'd like it to break out of all this junk here at 166.68, and past there we can make we have potential for the all-time highs. I really do think that's a strong probability if and only if the Japanese yen pairs become dominant in terms of weakness and the euro starts to strengthen as well. This is a very strong resistance area that it's currently headed towards, and we really do need a lot of momentum, preferably by both currencies. But right now in the market, what I'm seeing is a lot of tug of war going on. A lot of currencies are trying to fight for strength and weakness dominance. You got the Aussie and New Zealand dollar pairs fighting each other, and then you also got the Japanese and Canadian dollar pairs. You also have the Swissy dollar pairs going for weakness as well. So I think the market just it's trying to poke out, it's trying to shake itself out. I think an imminent move is definitely close by. So in this time, you really got to just be monitoring the charts, because strength and weakness is a bit confusing on the spreadsheet, but the charts will give you a clearer answer as to which currency is aligning for a potential move. And the way you determine that is look at all of the Japanese yen pairs side by side and take a look at the larger time frames. if every single Japanese yen pair is next to a critical area of support or resistance, that is an indication of a potential imminent move. Then set your price alerts, wait for the main
Yes.
trading session to come around, and then wait for your intraday movement, intraday momentum to come around and aid you with your entry. So the last yen pair I want to take a look at was the pound yen. We have a fresh weekly cross to the upside. It hasn't fully developed into a weekly uptrend, but it's certainly developing right now. The daily time frame is in a strong uptrend, and I'm just waiting, for let's take a look at this 4 hour. I'm just waiting for a breakout at 196.10, and past there, I think we certainly can make room to this 197.80 area. I think we could push higher, judging by the way these larger time frames look and just by the general look of the yen pairs as a whole, as a group. I think we can push higher, and this pair is almost like the euro yen, where we still have some, a lot of room to. There's still some junk in the way, but I think the junk is, the pound yen charts are definitely look a lot better than the euro yen charts in terms of room to move for the next critical resistance area. I think you definitely have potential of up to 198.30, 198.10, but past there, you can certainly move all to these all-time highs that it has made at 207.56. Now, one thing with these Japanese yen pairs is when they start making massive moves, the Japanese yen, the Bank of Japan starts to intervene. So keep your eyes peeled for news regarding Bank of Japan intervention, because they don't like their currency getting weak. And when it starts to weaken, from my experience, when all the Japanese yen pairs start to weaken a lot, and there are large movements, 2% movements almost daily, then you have to start getting a little bit concerned and being more paranoid. I would say it's warranted to be more paranoid, because you don't want to be in a situation where you get into a trade, and this has happened to me, where you get into a trade and the second you get in, Bank of Japan comes out with intervention. You don't want to be in that situation. So make sure your stops are at break even. Make sure you're monitoring the news calendars. But for the forex market, I think that's currently what I'm looking at right now. I did not take any trades today. I was really hoping for that dollar news to shake things up, but I didn't see much anything that was too interesting. So I think the last groups I wanted to talk about was crypto market. Crypto has been making amazing moves, strong moves to the upside. Specifically, Bitcoin has it was let's see, where did it move? It moved to 105,000. That's crazy, and I'd like to see it move even higher. We're pretty much at all-time highs right now. Obviously, we're not exactly there. It's made its way to 110,000, but we're pretty we're not in a fresh uptrend is what I'm trying to say. We've been moving for a couple days now. We're at the beginning, but it's not exactly it didn't start right now. We've been moving for a couple days. So with that being said, I would monitor how Bitcoin reacts to these all-time highs. And again, price breakout I'm looking at is 105,826. Past there, again, I want to see the entire crypto market being green. It's got to all be moving up. I think a better pair, Bitcoin, I've said this before, is like the main bellwether for all the cryptos. If Bitcoin goes up, usually what you'll see is all the other cryptos start to poke their head, and start moving up as well. And I think that's certainly the case with Ethereum. Now, I think the last time I was on, I did go over Ethereum. The weekly trend indicators were going completely sideways, and we've made a massive, massive push to the upside. I think if you got into Ethereum, that's fantastic job. I certainly think it's a hold for now, and honestly, I'm looking at this guy to cycle all the way back up to 4,000. Will that happen? I have no clue, but that's it has potential to move up to there. What your job is now is it's consolidating very nicely on the daily charts and the 4-hour charts. It's kind of consolidating in an upwards fashion, so that's kind of signaling to me that the momentum is still somewhat there. It's just taking a break. Now I'm looking at a breakout point of 2640, 2640, and then past there, man, you have potential all the way up to 4,000. But with that being said, potential is one thing. Looking at how the market cycles move is another thing. I can say we
Yeah.
have potential all the way up to the 4,000 area, but if you're not taking a look at how these 4 hours consolidate, if the 4 hours starting to pull back very hard, you got to scale out some lots or potentially even exit. But I certainly think this weekly, if the weekly trend indicators cross and they develop further, I really do think we have a strong chance of making all-time highs again. And I think that's kind of the same case with XRP for me as well. The weekly timeframes, they're about to cross to the upside. They have crossed already, but developing into an actual weekly trend. I don't think we're in a weekly uptrend as of yet. They're still developing, so I'm just waiting for a breakout of on XRP of this level here at 2.6592 and past there. Again, what am I looking at? Entire crypto market has to be green. I want the entire crypto market to be green, and then past there, I certainly think we can retest all-time highs. There has been some interesting news with with XRP and the SEC lawsuits that have been going on, so pay attention to those as well. But I certainly think with Bitcoin moving to its all-time highs or close to its all-time highs, we'll certainly see that with other cryptos as well. And I think Ethereum is a very good opportunity right now. It's consolidating in a very nice way on the daily chart. So I'm just waiting for a breakout and an entry into that on the larger time frames to hold it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but for now, I think that's pretty much all I'm looking at in terms of specific markets. Gold.
Sure.
I'm not looking at gold right now. I think I'll just take a quick look at it. Just on my end here to see if anything is going on. Yeah, gold did move. Move to the downside, but I'm just waiting for a couple more days. Until there's an actual price breakout. And actually, let me share my screen again so I can show a specific breakout point if I'm interested in selling gold. Okay, I got my screen shared. Let me know if you guys can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, so we've pretty much pulled back from this moved from the upside, and honestly, we're just retesting this area right here. If we break 3,200, yeah, I'm interested in a sell. Initially I was interested in buying gold, but the trend indicators and the market sentiment tells you it's not going up, it's going down. So it's currently consolidating on the 4-hour charts. It's making lower highs and lower lows, and it's currently consolidating right now. So I think within the next day or two, or by the end of this week, maybe we can certainly retest 3,200, if not break it and move lower. Will that happen? I don't know. But again, with gold, I want to see every single gold pair moving up, moving down against other currencies. I know a lot of you guys only have XEU against the US dollar available, but try to find a way to see what's going on with the XEU against the AUD, XEU against the euro, XEU against the pound, against the Swiss, against the yen. Whatever you can get your hands on. Try to get those currencies involved as well, because you want to see consistency across the board. With gold, particularly from my experience, the best time to trade gold is when every single gold pair is moving in the same direction. It can't really be controlled by the cross currency. It's more of the cross currency. XEU against the US dollar. It's not just XAU against the US dollar. XAU is probably going to be going down, but you have to also see what the US dollar is doing as well. It's going to aid you in your decision making on which gold pair to trade if you have availability on multiple gold pairs. But certainly use the cross currency as an aid, I would say. But ultimately, your decision should lie on, is every single gold pair moving down? What is driving the movement? If the XEU against the US dollar is moving up and the XEU against the AUD is moving down, well, there's not really consistency there, because gold is, against the US dollar is going strong and gold against the AUD is going weak. So what you need is gold to be driving the movement. XAU against the US dollar, XAU against AUD, every other currency to be moving down. That's going to indicate, okay, gold is the one driving the movement here. And then once you've established gold as the one driving the movement, you can take a look at the cross currencies and see, hey, which is the weakest one or strongest one, sorry, the strongest currency out of all of them, and pair that with gold, and that's probably going to be your best chance at making pips, the most amount of pips at least. But I think that's for now what I'm looking at. So definitely take a look with gold for the next few days. It's nearby that critical resistance or support area. So I'm definitely going to be looking at it. It's been interesting. The last month, the best trades I've had have been in the Asian session, particularly with gold. They were all in the Asian session. So who knows?
Yeah, Walter trades gold as well. He was saying the same thing. Most of his trades during the Asia session. Setting up gold.
Yeah. So see if that continues or not. But
awesome, guys. I can show you my charts quick.
Yes, please.
We're sitting with the NASDAQ. It's just flying upwards. I just want to take a step back here. I did say potentially take a trade here on this opening range breakout strategy, but these were the first three candles, 9:30 until 9:45, giving us the open range. There's been, after this break, very little pullbacks, and with the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 being at such extreme levels at the moment, with this whole entire run up, I would like to prefer to see some sort of a pullback. There was a fair value gap that formed within that opening range. I'll feel a bit more comfortable if we can get a pullback into it and then try to see if I can take a long. Again, I'm going to trade, if that does occur, only trade with small lot size, because now it just feels like I'm chasing the market if I have to just jump in here. If you had to quickly look here at the S&P 500, and this is that entire decline that we've had, price has just reached the 78.6 retracement. This is on the CFDs, right? You've got to keep an eye on what the futures market actual contracts are doing, maybe the continuous contract. I've had a quick squiz here on NASDAQ, which I'm not showing. And, there's a bit of price discrepancies between the CFDs and the futures markets. But if you just had to go by what the chart's showing here, we've had, and this is on a weekly, on the S&P 500, 1, 2, 3, and now currently 4 weeks straight up. Now, obviously, this week's not done yet. I'm just counting it after this whole week that we had here starting on the 14th of April. Are we going to just bust straight to all-time new highs? That's definitely a possibility. So, do I want to buy here at the 0.786 level? Definitely not. Will I trade into it? Yes, but if we can get a little bit of a pullback. So, we could pull back at any stage. This week could turn into a red candle or doji or whatever the case might be. So I just think it's not a very good idea to go long. I'm looking between the SPX and NASDAQ now. But if I had to get long on the NASDAQ, I probably would have been a little bit in the money now already. Ideally, it would have been nice if we can test the upside of that breakout range, but that hasn't happened yet either. Again, guys, I'm not saying the markets are going to reverse here. They might just continue up, and that's just how way markets work, right? So, but I'm personally not going to jump in at the current prices here unless I get a little bit of a pullback. And that's pretty much how I view things at the moment. WTI Crude, we had a slight move lower, price moving back up again. This might be the only opportunity where I could get a trade. Price break 62.46 sort of occurred right here at the 9 a.m. mark. We can get a break of that area, then a reversal, break a price structure in 1 minute, then yes, maybe that's a setup I'll try to trade to the downside. But crude oil has also had a very nice strong rally to the upside, very far away from these cluster of lows that formed yesterday. So with the lot of time we have during these sessions, especially the morning session, I doubt that price is going to get there and, give us an opportunity to show how to enter trade if everything falls in place. So crude oil might be in my spectrum of my trade opportunities, the only one that could potentially set up sooner rather than later. So that's me, guys. I'll keep an eye on crude oil. And if we get a pullback here on the NASDAQ, then by all means, yeah, that might be an opportunity to go long as well. Igor, do you have any movement on your side?
Always.
Yeah, always.
I will just share some things that I'm watching right now.
Okay.
First, what I doing all the time is I always think what is the problem with my previous trade. So I first start with that, and then I will just put a look a little bit related to the right now the price level. So I think that futures market on trading view is late around 20 minutes. So this push down is not real right time. If we go here on the British pound dollar, we can see after that push, we have another push upside here. So it's not clear. It's not clear yet. So it's not the good moment to enter into the trade while we see some, let me say, clear our maybe to touch this 1.3215 level that we break before the news, and then we can think about sell trade. Now, what I want to share, it was some kind of the mistake that I made today, and I didn't figure out something, and I will just talk a little bit about that. So what I forgot to check are volumes. So as you can see here in this section here, it was the afternoon of the yesterday when we were at 1.3215. It was the high level. Everything we had a couple hours with fighting there, and then price started to go down, which is really beautiful because it's almost 50% of the move. We reject that to start to go down again. But what's happened here? I forgot two things. The first thing is that during the Frankfurt Open, we reach almost 1.315 level. We fight there, be there, and then during the UK Open, we start to go a little bit higher. Even we make this bearish move, stronger bearish move here. As you can see, I didn't check the volume. So we had more buying pressure than selling pressure in the end of the UK Open, which is not normal thing, It's really not normal. Why? Because if we watch this UK Open, usually if, for example, we're bearish, and during the UK Open, the first 15 minutes to be bullish is okay. The next 15 minutes to be bullish is okay. The next 15 minutes to be bullish is okay, but I already expect to see a bearish engulfing pattern, some move the downside, so that I can enter into trade or keep my trade, etc. But this way, the first hour, the whole hour of the UK Open, we didn't make any move downside, real down move. And the problem is that buying pressure on volume was really, really good. And we started to go up instead of down. So, sorry, guys. This was the my mistake that actually I make, because sometimes when you make a trade, especially aggressive trades, you need just to check the volume. Is everything all right there, to see are there anything that you miss out? And I think this was the problem here. And the second part that I just want to share with you, because we have a right now time, because nothing happens in the market right now. We are in the same levels like we were in the last hour. Is that related to this choppy price and resistance and support levels. So like I said, yesterday we had a choppy price here. we can see 4, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 15 minutes candle one by one, trying to break the resistance, reject, and start to go down. So this is the something that's happened where we don't have nothing fresh. This resistance levels is based on the Fibonacci retracement, but it's not fresh level because in the same day we broke that level, went down, and we retested here. So when we retest support and resistance, price needs to be choppy. And usually we will never find a V shape. However, if we, for example, I would just give you example from the yesterday, if we retest the ultimate low or ultimate high for several days, for example, or for a longer time span, like this is 1.3140. We started there, we made a bullish candle, and you see the V shape, the clear V shape. But if you look left, there's no any price level here. This is the fresh low. So only fresh low and only fresh high can give you the V shape. And in all other things, you need to be a little bit patient when you trade. And you can go and check. Look, for example, yesterday, before this huge drop, just before or during the Frankfurt Open, we had price manipulation here. So price started to go down. It was around 1.3285, something like that. And in one moment, price went almost 15, 16, 20 pips in a few minutes, reached the ultimate high, and then dropped very fast. Then wait a little bit, and then was the news related to the deal of US and China with details. And after that, the market push here. But this manipulation you can find either in the Frankfurt Open, in the US Open, in this UK Open, whenever you watch that first 1 hour or half hour, and you can see almost every single day. So I think that this can be really beneficial for traders. And you will see, if you try to look for the V shape, for example, here, this is the May 19. It's a small push, but as you can see, this is the fresh low, and there is no on the left price like this. You see, it's a lonely, and only then you can see the fresh the V shape combination like that. So this is the something that I know that traders really like V shapes, because you see that you enter into trade, there's no retesting, there's no sweating or something like that. Price just go in the way that you want. But for that, you really need to find a fresh high or low. Look this, for example, this is 1.34 level. As you can see in the past, generally watching on the 15 minutes chart, there was several days, there was no price there. It's a lonely. And then you can start to go down a little bit faster because you're actually fresh high. You're not anything different than that. So this is the way how I usually need to monitor the market. And as you can see, this is the May 2. Look this, how this choppy price. This is the 15 minutes candle. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So if you calculate, it will be 1 hour and a half. So 90 minutes. You play around resistance. Nothing happened. Just play around. And a lot of people made that a lot of mistakes because they put the stop loss just at the previous high, and you just break it in few pips, and again you're back on the price and create a problem to the traders. So don't expect the V shape when you are without fresh high or fresh low. So this is the one of the things that I and traders need to accept here. So I would just a little bit again back to the British pound dollar, as you can see right now. Again, some small push upside. It looks like we are going down, but still we need to wait to see something at least hourly close to be bearish after this previous hour, because right now it's a little bit pushing higher, small, but it's not clear yet. It's not clear yet for traders. So this is the thing. Can you tell me, Richard, when you trade indices, do you have a similar experience related to the V shape and the choppy price on support and resistance?
Well, we shape like your W shape type of formations.
Double or ordinary V, just you reach the low and start to go up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Quite often with the breakouts as well, but that's the M shape. You quite often get that sort of you get the move where price almost completes the M, then you get that final bounce, and then you get the actual breakout. Quite often if you just wait for that incomplete M to form, or W for that matter, if you get a reversal pattern, then wait for a slight more, almost like a handle of a cup type of thing, although it's not part of the same pattern, and then that actual breakout occurs. Then quite often you get a lot of volatility when it happens as well.
Yes.
But tend to not focus too much on actual reversal patterns, to be dead honest. Yeah, I mean, here's a good example. If I can share my screen quickly.
Yes. Yes, please.
If you look here at crude oil, this is what a lot of traders would actually, probably consider a head and shoulders type of movement, right?
Yes.
Then you get that breakout, and very often you'll actually almost get a breakout, a little pullback. This is what I'm talking about, and then you get that strong move upwards. Now, this obviously happened a little bit later, and obviously now in hindsight, this was actually a small inverted head and shoulders pattern. But you got explosive moves after it actually ended. Classically, people would look at the neckline breakout, which would be around about the 61.55 level, which was tested, but then you had that another move lower and then an explosive move to the upside. But yeah, sometimes it's just, I don't know, if I try to follow these patterns, reversal patterns, like they're always very clear in hindsight. Try to trade them when they're actually occurring on the charts. Sometimes you're seeing things that's there that's not there, sort of thing. So, but yeah, I'm just a bit frustrated with this very strong move to the upside, and I'm not on board. Just really need some sort of pullback. And that goes for the NASDAQ as well. See, it's just powering upwards. I actually want to share another chart here. See if I can do that. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Well, this is the NASDAQ continuous chart. And obviously, I don't have live data for that here on TradingView, so it is delayed. But either way, using a pitchfork in a slightly different manner here, I had to obviously go visually try to adjust the settings. And this is using this high from Thursday, July 24th, till August. Is on a daily chart, guys, to this low prior to the swing high that ended obviously on Monday the 16th, right? Or 17th of December. I had a strong move lower, and playing around with the actual settings here. And this is something I'll do, especially if I'm dealing with a very, very strong trending market. It's trying to figure out where might price be going to. And if I do then want to short it, you don't want to stand in front of the bus, obviously, then it should at least be at some sort of like resistance level. So if I had to go between original, that didn't really contain price really nicely. Modified, not really. So if I go to the shift here, there's some sort of visual evidence here that you always do this with pitchforks. Although obviously this is in hindsight, you can then in the future, as price is progressing in whatever direction it's going, see if price previously actually respected these median lines. We have some evidence here, fell a little bit short, broke, retest, fell a little bit short, broke, retest, went all the way to what we call the lower red warning line. Very, very common to overshoot that by a little bit. But that's quite often the end of a very strong move, or at least temporary strong move. So price reached that, retested the lower median line, broke up, retested, and now heading towards this median line again, which is on the continuous futures chart at 21,534-ish. And interestingly, if we use a anchored, where you decide your own range on your volume profile here, then we got the point of control around about the same area there, where they all converge. So currently not trading the futures is something we're going to be offering at Tolo Prime very soon. But, and have live data for that too. But that might be an area that the NASDAQ, at least, did not do this on the ES or the ES futures, that price might be heading towards. So as strong as it seems, where's the next area for me that would make sense that if I did actually want to short this? Now it's fine to actually go intraday trying to short with my strategies on smaller time frames. But at least, those things have to occur when price takes out a previous day high, followed by immediate reversal downwards. Now, we've just haven't had that for quite some time, especially during this strong pump to the upside. So over the next few days, I'll definitely be watching this area. And obviously, because this median line is sloping upwards as time progresses, before price reaches that price might rise a little bit. But it currently certainly looks like price is gunning for that. We also have that point of control. Maybe that could then give us at least a little bit of a pullback to the downside again. And maybe in the bigger picture, if you wanted to trade like swing trades, identify potential pullback areas where you can then go long again. But it is very difficult for me, at very least, trying to just jump into a trend that's extremely strong like this to the upside, that's showing no little to none retracements. So, I will from time to time look at higher time frame charts, and that's what I'm currently seeing on the NASDAQ. Very interestingly, I think this is a very attainable area. Again, this is on a daily time frame. The NASDAQ can move very fast and cover a lot of distance and range. So not unattainable, I would say. Potentially not today, maybe tomorrow or by the end of this week. That could potentially be an area to look out for. Alternatively, if we do get a swing lower, without price reaching that area as just yet, then we'll be looking at this upward sloping, we call your 50% dashed median lines for potential support. And then at a later stage, a bounce back upwards. So just a little bit of higher time frame analysis. So little to no, I think, resistance from a price action perspective up until we reach this market geometry angled potential resistance line and this point of control. So obviously formed at the sort of topping formation that we've had here.
Yes, nice.
Yeah. Difficult.
Yeah, to say the least. Lots of tug of war, man. At least that I've been seeing. We do have some news coming out too. Important news drivers coming out the rest of this week. I think in like 40 minutes we got a pound news driver coming out. Bank of England governor's going to speak or something like that.
Yeah.
However, on Wednesday and Thursday, Wednesday in the Asian session, we do have some Aussie dollar unemployment rate and employment change coming out. We also have pound GDP. And on Thursday, early morning main session, that's what it is for me. We have US dollar core price retail sales, PPI, unemployment claims, and also Powell is going to speak too. So it's going to be interesting to see what he's going to say. But yeah, big news coming out on Thursday. So if the market dynamics continue the way they are, Thursday and Wednesday, I think Thursday is definitely going to be your go-to day to see potential movements and meaningful movements. We could just have some minor intraday stuff going on for these next day or two, but I think Thursday after the news, we'll have some meaningful movement. At least that's what I hope. But yeah, I think before then might not.
We need a pullback for me in the indices. I think we're going to all-time highs. It's just a matter of where you're going to get in. Yeah. So if you're not long already, then it's difficult for me trying to get in at the current prices. There's been no pullbacks at all. Significant pullbacks, should I say.
Yeah. And for anyone who's new, what Richard is saying is exactly true in everything. If you have something that's just been going up like a rocket for a long period of time, whether it be on the intraday charts, like the smaller time frames, or on the larger charts, you want to put the odds in your favor. And the best time, the best thing to do is wait for a pullback. You're putting the odds in your favor, and trading becomes much easier that way, unless less chances of being stopped out, because a pullback is going to come. It's just a matter of when. So are you able to sit on your hands and wait for it to come, or miss the move? You have to be willing to do something.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Right, guys, you got anything else to share with us there?
No, right now the market
Igor?
is really boring right now. We can use maybe to watch some pairs that are not major pairs, maybe to see something that is not US dollar, because US dollar right now is recovering after this news, and there's nothing there. But let me see anything that can be interesting right now. Let me see first. I think that British pound in euro dollar, they have some interesting thing here. So what I saw here interesting is that if you go to the 30-minute chart and go like this, we broke this let me see, bearish trend, and now I think that maybe I will watch that euro is a little bit better position than British pound dollar. But as we can see, volatility British pound dollar is much better. And even the British pound dollar is a little bit higher than usually. If we see the correction and see actually the move downside, I still believe that British pound dollar will be faster than euro dollar. And I think that British pound dollar bearishness will be stronger than for euro dollar, than for euro. So this euro British pound can be interesting for trading. Maybe we can see here some push upside. I don't know what will happen here, but maybe some smaller push here can be interesting. I will just put some kind of the trend line, but this trend line are not so accurate. But however, you can see 1, 2, 3, 4 that dots, and we broke that, and maybe we can start to go upside there. So this is the one non-conventional chart that we do not analyze very often, but it's interesting. On other side, British pound, US dollar, Japanese yen is very interesting. But I, like Nandan said, I really don't like when I hear about the intervention and something like that to the Japanese yen. That really can move the market in some direction, and it's artificial. It's artificial, and usually that spikes are they put money into the system, and you don't know why price is pushing up, how you think some news, what is happened here, and it can be really crazy. For example, I will just give example related to the US dollar, Japanese yen, because I think I will just find that when was that? I will find it. I think it was the. I will just find here. Yes, it was here. So I remember because I was on vacation, and it was July, and just they start to make intervention in Japan, and do you see this push down? The problem here
Yeah.
is that we fight whole year from this to this point. So bullish every single day, few percents going. And then they started intervention the first day, like from the cliff, price started to go down. And the first day you don't know what is that. The next day you read the news, and when you figure out what's happened, you already have couple bad trades, and
Yeah.
it can be. It will be nice if the Bank of Japan call me and tell me what they plan to do, so I can prepare and react on the time. But
You have them on
this
speed
way,
dial, Igor.
speed dial, yes, yeah. So I know, for example, that in 2010, if I remember, George Soros, he did a similar thing with Japanese yen as he did with British pound in 1991. So they started to do that interventions and that things that were unnatural, and to define some price levels. And when he heard that, he started to play the same dance like in 90s. And I think that he took a few $1 billion. I'm sure
Yeah.
for that.
Jeez.
So it was a disaster for Japanese economy. But that opportunities you have one time per decade, and it's really, you need to be ready. So we had a Swiss franc in the 2016, for example. So I remember that days. If you remember, maybe as a traders, I remember they said we have Euro Swiss. We will defend level 1.2. If start to go down, we will defend. And all traders, what they do, they wait the price go to 1.2, and they start to buy because they know that cannot be lower than that. And they play that game months and months and months, and just in one moment they remove that. And a lot of Forex brokers, they feel the bankruptcy after that. So I remember it was a really crazy push to the Swiss franc and everything.
Yeah.
But that interventions are really stupidity for the market,
Yeah.
So because if I know that someone will defend some price level, I will go there, and I will go in that direction to make money. So it's really tricky that.
Yeah. One more thing with the interventions though, with the
Yes.
Japanese yen, what I've noticed is they give you little hints and crumbs to know that an intervention is coming, and you'll usually see that on Forex Factory or any news calendar when
Okay.
you have very strong moves for the yen, for example, in weakness, and it's approaching a major level. Let's say all-time highs.
Okay.
If you have that happening, watch the calendar in the Asian session, because you'll see the important figures, heads of all the financial stuff in Japan start to come out with statements saying, "Hey, we're concerned of these recent movements. We're concerned. We're concerned." After like 10 times, 10 or 15 times of saying we're concerned, then a big move comes. That's what I've seen with every single intervention so far. And Bank of Japan has intervened more than once. So every single intervention I have traded so far, I have noticed that pattern where they'll start to come out with small little hints saying, "Hey, we're very concerned. We don't like these moves. We don't like these moves." And as the currency moves higher and higher and higher, weakens, Japanese yen weakens, as it approaches all-time highs or critical levels, then I think it's you have to be very careful. The intervention that you pointed out on the chart right there, that's actually when I took my trade. I bought the Japanese yen at that point, and I got oh my God, I felt it. so
Correct. Yeah.
so luckily I had my stops in place, but my stop loss got hit. I was very sad that day when that happened. But um, yeah,
Good tip, Nandan.
yeah, it's you're at a critical area of resistance or price area, and that whole week, when the yen was moving up every single day almost, because the yen was so damn weak, they came out with, we're concerned, we don't like the moves. And what happened, when it started to break out again in the Asian session, it started to move higher, the dollar yen specifically. That's when the intervention happened, and it was absolutely crazy to
Yes.
to witness that. So
Didn't
Yes,
that
but that,
something happen with the Swiss franc also a few years ago? I remember that someone telling me about that.
yes, but this is the story from 2016, if you remember.
Yeah.
Yes, this is it. They just said we will defend 1.2 euro Swiss level, and that was crazy. That was, I know a lot of traders, they do trading just because of that. They trade only euro Swiss. They just wait the price go near to 1.2. They buy. You're just doing that months and months, days and days, and just in one moment they had a
No.
huge loss because in that moment when they just removed that decision, um, um, that move, it was impressive. It was impressive. It's a skyrocket. So I remember I had a trade then. I don't know why I trade that. So maybe other people trade that. So I had few positions. You cannot close the trade. I
Yeah.
close the trade. I put the stop loss, but stop
Mm.
loss doesn't react. You
Mm.
cannot close the trade. You
Yeah.
just see how you lose
yeah,
money. It's going down. It's incredible. So I
Yeah,
remember.
it's almost like the futures market. They call it lock limit, up or down.
mm,
And you'll have consecutive days when it sometimes happens and it just continuously goes down. You can't get out. And yeah, you can lose everything. I suppose a lot of traders, if you've been trading for a long period of time, you always hear these horror stories. For me personally, I've got a thinking that a lot of traders always want like a $1 million account. I want the biggest amount in my account to make you feel good, right? I believe that if you do, and this is obviously not investment advice, but this is the way I approach things, that if there are profits, I like to take some profits. If you've got debt or you want to pay something off, you want to go on holiday, then you also need to treat yourself a little bit. Trading shouldn't just be about growing your account. It should also be about
Of
you
course.
put in the hard work. You need to give yourself a pat on the back a little bit with the money that you've made. And one of the guys that I've followed as a mentor, he used to take, for example, when he in a month made an X amount, he would take 80% of that out, put that into, I don't know, property or in any other sort of long-term investment or something like that. And the 20% would then go, that he will keep in his trading account. Just so that at least when you do experience something like this, that will probably inevitably happen again at some stage,
Yes.
where you could like literally lose, I don't know, what a heck of amount on your account on one single trade, because something like that happens that's completely out of your control, like a black swan event or anything
Yes.
like that, that at least building up to that, and obviously no one knows when such thing is going to happen again, that you have at least, withdrawn profits and use that in something else rather than losing your entire account. So it's
Yes.
just another way of thinking about things that I quite like.
Yes, you're completely right. I just think about that, and really, really, trading should be like a business. You should take a little bit as a salary every single month, just reduce earnings, etc. It's really, really good thing, and that, like you said, the black swan events. I remember you should avoid trading that because I remember a lot of years ago there was a big tsunami and big earthquake in Japan, for
Yeah.
example, and people don't know if something happened there, you cannot earn money on that situations. If you
Yes.
go and analyze the chart, you will realize when something happened, the price will go up, down, up, down, up, down. There's no rule that you can make money there. The same thing was when we had a crash in 2008, 2001, when we got a plane crash into the Wall Street, the building and everything that happens there. In that moment, the price up, down, up, down. There's no, bullish or bearish trend. Like a lot of people think that it will be, because that events usually are not good for trading. Really,
a lot of people believe the market should go down because it's a terror event or natural disaster.
But the logic beside that, yes, down because of that. But the other side, if you have an earthquake,
it doesn't happen most of the time.
Yes, but if you have an earthquake, for example, and something bad your country has that moment, what will happen there is that you will try that all your funds invest to rebuild your country, and that will produce that the value of your currency is going higher. And the other side, because of earthquake, is going down. So start to to fight with that, and the price is just go up, down, and there's no logic there. So it's not even the short term, even the medium term, either ethically, whatever you choose, it's not smart to trade. So just avoid and try to trade your setups, which is with clear entries, with everything that is clear. So I think it's the only solution there. So right now, just to share with you, I'm watching British pound dollar, and because of this move, I decide I will not touch British pound dollar. So today I will not touch. I will sleep like I said a few days ago with Paul and Jannie. I will sleep like a beauty queen. So I will just like a rich man. So I will no trade, no opportunity, nothing. I will just relax, because this kind of move that we have right now, even that this can become the bearish, I do not see the momentum. That there is no momentum strong. They can finish this move and start to go down and to go bearish. Even for bullish, there is no momentum here. Nothing.
Will you consider going short if price were to hit that trend line again?
Maybe, but if hit this trend line, this trend line, it will be very, very slow. Which is not good for traders, because there's no healthy momentum. So I'm afraid if we break this, even then the price will be sideways after that, and nothing, just nothing there. But what I will do all the time, I watch euro dollar. For example, euro dollar is pushing higher here, but if we see, we're really 200 pips from the high, and we are really down. Our market structure is still down if we watch this in 1 hour chart. Even we are pushing higher here. So maybe it's the best thing just to wait tomorrow for either for the sell order, either for the buy order. But for buy order, I don't feel comfortable, because we are already in that bullish position, buy mode. And only some beautiful sell order. It will be really nice, especially for British pound dollar, because I know that a lot of traders miss this one candle. Look, this one candle, that one candle consists so many, because 100 pips in one candle. It's a really it's really crazy. So we just need to wait a little bit. And what I want to share here is something that when you have one or two big bearish or bullish candles, and then a lot of small candles that try to go higher, and this is the usually the state of the bearish trend, because big candles and then little small slow candles is usually is that combination for just correction. But of course we cannot predict what will happen. So So everything can change, everything can be different. I just want to see that the market maybe go a little bit near to this point, but maybe tomorrow morning, something like that, and to touch and reject, and then I can go again in a sell order, because I really believe that this bias here, this from the 6th May up to today, it's really bearish. It's really bearish move that 1 time, 2, 3, 4, almost 5, now maybe 6. So it's a really, of course, every trend in one moment will be broken, but I see this as an interesting push. So we'll see.
Right, guys, I think we've reached the end of our session. To all our viewers, sorry, a little bit of a boring one, trading-wise.
Yes.
But yeah, last week I had quite a lot of action. This happens. Still a lot of news ahead of us for the remaining of the week. So let's see how the rest of the week plans out. And yeah, please stay tuned for our next round of coaches. We'll be on in about 15 minutes. From my side, Igor, Nandan, nice seeing you guys again.
Okay. Yeah, guys.
Bye. And I wish you great health, Nandan. Recover, man.
Yes,
man, I need it.
Don't trade.
Yes.
Thank you, guys, man. I appreciate it.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Paul, Michael. Good to see you guys. How's it going?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Good to see you, everyone. Good to see you, Michael.
Yeah.
Well, Jannie, as usual.
Haven't seen you in a while. How's things going with you there in Mexico? Have they found you yet?
No, I'm still hiding out. I'm still hiding out.
I feel like there's more to that story.
No, I'm obviously just joking. No, you moved to the US like a couple of years ago. Oh, so sorry, to Mexico a couple of years ago already, right?
Yeah, we've been here since 2023, actually.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Do you you get like homesick? Do you want to go back home? No?
Never. In fact, when I go back, I'm there for 48 hours and that's it. The last 2 times we went back were for friends' baby showers, and that's it. I'm like, I'm here for 48 hours, guys. I'm going back home.
Back home. That's your new home now. All right.
It is. This is our home for sure. We love it here.
I've actually never been
my daughter knows. She's been here since she was 3 months old.
Fantastic.
All right. Guys, what do you think about this trade war? Do you think it's over? That's it? That was it? Just that's a little blip, little kind of...
No, look, it's not over because even, tariffs have been... Okay, so really straightforward. I would argue that the craziness of, hey, here's, all right, forget that. Let's just say the more extreme tariffs, 100 plus, are probably gone. We're probably going to be looking at something between 10 and 30% in place still, while deals are hashed out. And what if there's any substance to those deals? Of course, then we'll need to see. Just like we need to look at, what's being agreed with China. But I think I think you're partly right. I think we're calming down, but the impact is still going to be felt from the last few months. And if tariffs remain, that impact will also be felt. So I don't think we're out of the woods, but maybe not. They're not burning anymore.
Yeah.
It seems like they're getting closer to actually, making all of this the way it should be. If you did want to impose some tariffs or something, it could be regular tariffs, not outrageous, like you're disrespecting us type of tariffs.
Yeah, because I'll tell you what, the NASDAQ is just pushing higher.
Yes.
Like even today, it's just it keeps going. Like there was a gap. Maybe I'll show my screen. Yeah, I'll show my screen. So if you look at, this is the NASDAQ. Right, this was basically open. It just one direction. One Direction. Pretty sure there was a band called One Direction.
Sadly, yeah.
Probably like the buyers of the market. Like, who is... Sorry about this again. Yeah, so it's just pushing up higher. And like as I said yesterday, it really looks like we're going to make new highs, right? Like unless we kind of pull back and it fails at that support level, it doesn't look very good. Yeah, you see, it's there's like these little on the smaller time frames, you can see these little pivots, and that may serve as support levels. But if you look at the longer time frames, just a sheer force of this pushing up. Yeah. It just doesn't look like. This gap doesn't look like it's going to get filled either. Right? It's just pushing higher. So that's why I was asking, what do you think about the tariffs? Because it doesn't look like there's any doubt in people's mind. It's just going in one straight line.
Yeah.
But even on the...
We got Trump telling people everything's going to be okay. Just go out and buy the stocks. Like, how can he get away with this stuff? It's just insane.
Well, yeah, but it did go up, though. That's all we know. But even on the open, it was just immediately pushing higher. It was just pushing higher. And I got nothing. I got no opportunities to do anything, even though it was just pushing up straight up. So, yeah, anyway, the NASDAQ still looks very bullish. I don't know if we're going to get a pullback, but that's what I would wait for if I was going to place like an intraday trade or something a bit longer than that. But on the scalping, even on the scalping, there was nothing. Now, let's go over to the interesting one, the pound US dollar. I got out of this trade. Yeah, closed my trade. And I'll explain to you why. So yesterday we got to this retest level. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. All sorts of confluence with that head and shoulders pattern. We got the close below. It pulled back right into that diagonal line, and it was just beautiful. We got that beautiful drop, and then we got that retest right at that support level that's obviously now resistance, and it was struggling there. We got that rejection. Great. Very, very good. And then it started to move down. This is overnight. And then we pushed higher. And yeah, we are testing this resistance level again. And it's also coming off a 50% Fibonacci retracement level. But this time it's not as strong because it's already been there. That's the first thing. The second thing is, there's actually three things. The second thing is we got core CPI that came out. So that's just a bad idea to get into a trade just before core CPI. That's the second thing. And then on this is where I closed my trade, or decided to close the trade. When we got that close on the 4 hour above that resistance area with this bullish kind of bullish nature. What's the word there? Bullish context, whatever. Right, it's bullish. So this was the rejection, and now we're pushing and closed above that. I'm like, yeah, this could go. Now you need to think about, there's so many things you need to look at now, because first of all, where can this pull back to? Well, it can go to the 61.8, and it can go all the way back to this diagonal line there, and then reject from there, and then I'll get another opportunity there, which is much higher compared to where I'm right now. So it would make sense to just get out and see if I can get another opportunity there if it rejects there. So we are at that diagonal line right now, but it still looks very, very strong. Okay, it doesn't really look like it's going to reverse anytime today. Oh, I say that, but anything can happen. So I'm out of that trade, which is a bit of a shame. And the other thing is, if you look on the 4 hour time frame here, if you zoom out on the pound US dollar, this is the level that there are two levels. This is the 50% retracement level, and then that's the kind of previous, or that's the support level I ideally want. And that would give you a higher low, right? A higher low in a pretty strong uptrending trend. But another thing I could see, and also another reason why I was closing the trade, is this could very well be the higher low. I don't know. Okay, but it's not. There's a lot of contradictions now, because this is a very, very strong structure, this head and shoulders pattern. Now, can you say that this is already played out? I don't know. I don't. I'm honestly in. I'm just not sure. I'm really not sure. I'm going to wait and see how.
To me, that is exactly where it is retesting that to continue to the short side. To me. Yeah.
So, but from like it has to hold here now. It needs to reject pretty aggressively as well. So this was a rejection of the 61.8. Now, if anybody is watching, is go, oh, there we go. That's a rejection. Look at the new candle. It never followed through. I wouldn't have been interested in this anyway. But you see that it never broke the low of this candle. So you always need to get that final entry criteria of it needs to follow through. It never did that. Okay, it just pushed straight up. So these levels are of no use at the moment. Okay, let me delete that. So yeah, we'll see what happens around this level here. But if it's going to hold that and push higher, then I will have to look and see what I don't know what to make of that. But for me, this pattern is still in play. Okay, it's still in play.
It is.
And these levels are also still in play. It's now all about like when am I going to enter the trade? So I'm pretty happy with the exit here. I think that was a good move. But when it closed above that. Just to get out of that. Obviously, it went much lower.
I think like a nice, as you said, head and shoulders pattern. Now it's coming back to retest that exact area. It actually looks just like EU on the 4 hour chart.
Yeah, I won't be surprised. Yeah, it probably does look very similar. But I would probably want to see a rejection on the 4-hour time frame instead of the 1-hour time frame, just as something a little bit more solid. So if I can get a rejection of the 4-hour, then if I can get an entry, then that would be great. But if this just pushes higher, I'll take it from there. But right now we are at that resistance level, so it is all. I don't think anything's going to happen today. I'll probably see what it looks like tomorrow morning during the London session. What's going to happen at this level?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I think Igor will feel a lot better seeing that the trade reversed quite a bit. So. Because he wasn't in a good mood. Because I mean, that was a bad one, right? He missed his take profit by 10 pips.
Yeah, he wasn't happy.
10. Do you know how close that? Like, I think it like, because it moved like 140 pips, right? So he was up 140 pips, and he just needed that last 10, and then it just reversed against him. That sucks, right? So I completely understand how he felt. That's it's not a nice feeling, but it's a big part of trading. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, so this is where I am with the pound US dollar. I'm still short. I'm just not in that position anymore. I just we'll see if I can get another entry. What are your guys' thoughts on that? I know, Michael, you gave some input. What do you think about this, Paul?
Honestly, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's very either way, which
Yeah, it was clear. It was pretty clear, right? So you got everything you want. You break below that support. You come to retest it. Just beautiful textbook stuff. And then it just went sour, right? And core CPI could have played a role in that. I don't know. It's irrelevant. The point is it's pushing up, and that's the only thing that matters. So I see that exactly the same. I'm like, okay. But at least that was a very decent trade. It was about half of what I expected, but that's okay. That's okay. So that's okay. Now we just have to wait for the next one. We just have to wait and see what happens at that level. And then gold. What happened to gold? Oh yeah, gold. So gold is now getting closer to the level. I thought I completely missed it, but we could get that level now, the 3166 level. It looks very much like it. We had this pretty strong push to the downside. So I'm still waiting. I've been waiting for a number of days now for this to come down, probably 2 weeks. And then we'll see if what happens here at the 3166 level right there. And if we can get a bounce off here, that would be great. That Aussie Swiss trade, I'm not watching it anymore because it was at that 61.8 level that I was waiting for, and it just pierced straight
funny
through.
enough, I was watching this exact thing. It was Friday, and then Sunday open at 5. This thing had already took off. They made the move with the open.
Yeah. That's right. So the pound US dollar was actually doing the same thing, but in the opposite direction. Obviously, it was gapping down. So there was a lot of gaps at the beginning of this week.
Yes.
But this one to me is now dead. I mean, I don't even trade the Aussie Swiss, but it was just at a very. It looked like a really, really good setup.
Funny enough, same here. I don't trade it that often, but it was right on the cusp of actually like confirming for me.
Yeah. So that was dead in the water. Dead in the water. And then we bring to Bitcoin is also something I haven't had a look at for some time. We had this breakout and now it's a bit messy. I haven't actually looked at it. I'm not really interested in Bitcoin right now, funny enough. Maybe Paul can. I'm sure you will talk more about Bitcoin, Paul. But for me, I'm just not. Even though, I can make new highs. Yeah. But there's nothing really that grabs me and go, oh, this looks good. This price action here looks a bit choppy to me. That's as much as I can say about that right now. So those are the three markets. The Nasdaq's obviously just pushing higher. The pound US dollar out of that trade. and now it's kind of I'm in the land of confusion and doubt and everything else that comes with it. So I'm just going to stand back and let price action just unfold, and hopefully something like a clearer picture will emerge from that.
Right.
Yeah, and then and obviously, as I said, like gold waiting for that 3166 level. So that's it from me for now. I'll chip in as always. Over to any one of you. I'm not sure, Paul. Like I completely stole all your time yesterday. I don't know if you want to take over, or is it or Michael?
Whatever, Mike. What you got?
Yeah, I know. Paul likes to go at the end.
Yeah.
Let me jump on. Yeah, not too much action. I know we had huge news pretty much as soon as we jumped on. So I didn't really want to step in front of any major news. We did have.
Yeah.
I did want to start showing. Funny enough, this GU to me looks just like a late version of EU, right? And when I tell you EU last week was my trade of the week, I called it early in the week, and I was kind of just waiting for it. But this would be the move here, right? Then it's kind of run. Now, I remember I always say I don't like it when it touches to 200. I would prefer it not to touch it and pull back and hit it and then drop. So this would be more of the move I would be looking for on GU. But seeing that it has already hit, I wouldn't want to take this, right? Like I wouldn't want to take this until these cross like this, these two MAs cross, and then price comes down and then makes that M, and then I would want to take this, right? So I'm not interested in this zone over here anymore. And then simultaneously, obviously, I want to see my market baseline go above my static for that reload. So GU is kind of out of play for me. I'm not really watching it. I mean, I'm watching it, but I'm not really interested. It's going to take this a second to do all of this. Because once this touches this 200 like this, the chances of it hitting the 50 and coming back down to the 200 like that is not as high as waiting for this cross to happen. And then the continuation trade. So I'll be much more interested in that. But this looks just like EU, except EU was on the 4-hour chart, right? How pretty is this? Same exact thing. We had a shoulder, head, shoulder, and then it did exactly what I wanted to do. It came down, did not touch the 200, came up and dropped, right? I smashed this trade last week. This is my trade of the week. This trade probably going to make my whole month. This was a huge trade. I took this on all my accounts. I was waiting for this since Monday, and I didn't take it until Thursday. So actually, this was Wednesday. Took this on Wednesday.
Okay. So, that's a beautiful trade, man.
Yes, this was gorgeous. I was on with, matter of fact, I was on with you, Paul. It was me, you, and Bruce. We were on.
Yeah.
And Bruce mentioned that everyone can see this. saw this head and shoulders pattern. So we were kind of just waiting for it. But what I really, really, really liked was this pattern right here, how they did this. The up, the down, the up that retested the exact level, and we had a huge shift candle. Right? When I tell you guys my entry on here was freaking perfect, I was like 10 pips off like a perfect position. I got in at 07, so which was about here on one of them. Right? And then my second was at 27. So I put half my position on here at the close, just in case it ran. I always have to put half of my position on so I don't miss the move. But I'm really wanting to pull back to this red 13 EMA around here. So it came back. I got this position at 27. Smashed this trade right here. Sure enough, this thing just turns over and falls. Now, obviously, it didn't actually. My target was the 200 EMA, which it did not touch. So I didn't get the full move. I ended up closing it at 27. So around here. So not the full move. Obviously, it was a little bit more to the downside. But after this closed, this huge move, and it sat here. This is a 4-hour chart. It sat here for 1, 2, 3 candles. That's 12 hours. That's way too long, right? I closed it before that anyway. I closed this trade at 355. But beautiful, beautiful, beautiful move. I just wanted to point this out that it looks just like GU. The only difference is this one did not touch the 200 EMA and GU did. And this is what I mean when I say if it makes the run, right, after we get this, well, let me do it like this. After we get this 1350 cross here, right, these two EMAs touching, after the run, when it goes down, I do not want it to touch the 200 EMA. Because if it touches the 200, the chance of it going again is slim to none. I want to be with price when it's riding to the 200 EMA the very first time, because I see moves like this. Like, this is a pretty, what is it, straight down move. Like, the angle of this move is pretty down, you know, versus, you know, something like this where it kind of works its way down. It's a big difference. And what I found, and my data tells me that when it does not touch the 200 on the first one, this is a sharp move, right? And this is a 4-hour chart, and it still ran hard down like this. So absolutely gorgeous. Yeah. So not too much. I'll get to GJ, and then I got one setup I'm actually waiting on CAD Swiss right now. Yeah, GJ has not been too much either, because this is so high for me in the cycle. I'm waiting for this to turn around at this point, right? Like, I don't want to be buying this anymore. I want to be shorting it. So we got the 5200 cross, as you guys know. For me, that means we're looking for M's or W's off the 200. In this case, W, since the 200 EMA is on the below, which we have. Right, it's not the prettiest, but it is here. Right, something like this, and it runs up. The next move should be the bounce to go higher, which touched the 50. It kind of like grazed it, so that wasn't a move. But that's it. This is level 2. This is level 3. I'm not interested in, even if this pulled back and, you know, went forward. I'm not interested in that at all. I'm interested in the move here now. Right, this move. So GJ is so high. It's so high. I'm not touching this at all. I'm not buying this longer. If it continues to do this, I mean, I just won't catch that move, because I don't have a set for this. Like, I need this to come back down. You know, come back, ease on out, come back the other way. You see even how the market baseline is kind of starting to fade out a little bit. Like, come on down. I needed you to do something like this. Right? So GJ hasn't been much for me lately. And then we got this last one on CAD Swissy that I'm kind of waiting on. Oh, you know what? Let me go to AF really quick first. You know, what was this? You know what? I think it was AJ that I'm looking at. Yeah, it was AJ. Where is this move? Oh, yep, here it is right here. So actually, I was wrong, Jannie. You said AUDCHF. I thought it was AUDCHF, but this is actually AUDJPY. So this is the move I was looking for on Friday, right? Because you can see the same little move here, right? We got this funky W pattern. I'm looking for this come up and bounce and go long, which it did, but look at this, which is, they're so funny for this. This would have been the entry signal right there. Let's make this green, because this is the first candle that actually closed above the 13 EMA after all of that bouncing around. After the 1350 cross, to the 50, the first one that closed above is right here. So I was looking to take this move like this, you know, something around here. But this thing sat here for hours, right? 1, 2, 3, and never did anything. Candles got super small. Obviously, I'm not holding any trades until over the weekend. But sure enough, at 5 o'clock on Sunday, this thing jumps up. And this is the exact move I was looking for on Friday. So sneaky, you know what? So I wasn't able to get into this. So So that was that. But lastly, I'm looking at this cat Swiss move. And I got my alert set for this. This will be decent if it plays out, right? And reason being is we have a lot of what we need for this to work, right? So we got that funky W. The next move would be obviously the bounce off of this 50. So we got it to run up. It comes down, boom. So once I see this, automatically I'm engaged in this, like I'm actively watching it. We got our outside the band as well. So we're so close to having everything that we need. We just need this close above, right? This will be my money trade, as you can see right here. And I'm actually going to take, I wanted to confirm on a 1 hour chart, yes, but I really want to take it on the 15-minute chart because the 15 is just so freaking gorgeous, right? We got our 5,200 cross, so we know we're looking for W's. Once this cross, if you look, you don't see any price touching the 200 until right here.
Right, yeah.
Right, so you got this first leg, come up, second leg, retest it, close. As soon as this closes above here, I'm all over it. We got the outside the band here. Market baseline is already below the static. It wants to just go ahead and curve back up. If this closes above, I'm hopping in this. And it probably will while we're in the session as well. So that'll be good too.
Yeah, that'd be great. I do like that W coming off that MA.
This is going to be gorgeous. And especially if we can get, you see, we got this wall right here slightly. It kind of happened here. If we can get a close above all of that, that'll be even nicer. Right? Like I really wanted to close above that little space. Have like a nice 22 pip stop loss. And take this all the way up here, minimum. All right. Probably aim towards this high at the very minimum. Now, here's a little bit more advantageous, even though it is close. Me being honest, I'll probably just aim towards the high. Probably a few pips below it, actually. So yeah, somewhere probably around here. I want this target to be right before this Asia high. That will pretty much get me. Even with the spread, it'll probably go ahead and take me out at the TP. So I'm just waiting on this bad boy to confirm. Now again, I do want this to close above on a 1 hour chart too, because that's like when I take my 15-minute trades, which only have one, it's the ID 50 move, price still needs to be above the 13 on a 1 hour chart. So I technically won't take this until 12 Eastern anyway, but I want it to be above. Like you see, it's having a problem closing above this red 13-year May here. Like it's giving it a hard time. So if I can't get a close above this on the 15, I'm gonna smack it on the 15. I'm sorry, on the 1 hour. I'm gonna enter the trade on the 15-minute here. It might be good to go.
Looks good to me. Hey Robert, good to see you. You love the M-top talk. M-top talk? I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Right. I did want to do one more, then I'll pass over to you. Funny enough, we've been talking about Bitcoin for the longest, and I'm sure you remember, guys, we talked about this for like weeks and weeks and weeks. Right? Ever since I took this trade at 87, because I remember again, you got in at 82, I want to say. When I took this at 87, right? This thing has not going, I mean, I can't say it hasn't gone anywhere, but it's been up ever since. Now, yeah, you would have been holding this thing for nearly 2 weeks. You'd be paying swap every single day on this. And I'm not a type of guy who wants to, one, hold trades over the weekend at all, but definitely not hold Bitcoin over the weekend.
Not on CFDs. Not on CFDs. There are other ways to trade Bitcoin. But yeah.
It'll be ridiculous. You end up losing on this trade with a perfect entry between the gap and the swap. You won't even make any money off this trade.
Yeah. I suppose it's like the worst time is like if you're stuck in a range for a long time, that's when it really hurts you. But you still make more than what you pay. That's for sure. Yeah. If you're right. and it moves. But yeah,
see, this is what I was just wanted to point out again, like just the whole cycle of it all, right? Like, because we talked about this several times about this 5,200 cross, right? Once this 5,200 cross, back then, every interaction I had off the 200 EMA, it kind of continued to go, right? Whether it took forever, obviously these are daily candles, but this is why my bias was so strong this way, right? Now I did mention that, hey, if the EMA is crossed to the downside, you know, obviously I'm short at that point, but technically this is still intact to go long. So it's been there pretty much ever since. Right moments away, well, a few thousand away from all-time highs, right? Once again.
Yeah, then it's game time where everyone gets tricked and loses all their money.
Yeah.
yeah, this is going to go back to 80 or something.
It's broken above the all-time high by $2. Now I'm going to enter. No.
Yeah, exactly. That's how it goes. That's literally how it goes. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Because on top of people not knowing what's going on, it's part of the mind game, right? Like, all right, you took a second mortgage out on your house to buy some Bitcoin at 90,000, now to the 100. Take out a third mortgage, and now it's at. It's like,
the problem is, the biggest issue is that when Bitcoin breaks all-time highs or does something which is normal to us guys, the papers, what century is this? Sorry, the news, the tablets, the cartons on the wall, the news, the media, they're like, Bitcoin's going to the moon, everything's crazy, and they don't know anything about the Bitcoin cycle, so they just talk about it like it's a stock going to the moon. And then everyone's like, who doesn't know any better, retail, right? God bless you, thank you for the money. They are all just chasing it and think, right, I've got to enter my Solana position now, and then they all enter, and then we're all sitting here, well, you know, sellers are going to take control in a minute, so I'm going to wait.
Right. Like, that's actually the worst time to be trying to buy it. Well, why would you? That's like having let's say some new car or new TV or new electronic came out, right? It just came out and it's at its all-time highest, the highest it's ever been. And that's when you go buy it? That never makes sense in any type of market. Don't you want to wait for the sale?
This MacBook is a refurb, right? And it's great, but it's a refurb. Why pay that price? Why do it?
Makes no sense. I just don't get it. And I'm the last person to say cheap or, be cheap about anything or whatever. But man, oh, I love a bargain, right? Like, now that makes
it's like I could pay, right? We're going off the boil, obviously, but I could pay like $4,000 for this laptop, or I could pay $3,200.
Right.
What am I going to choose?
Right. It's obvious. It's a no-brainer to me.
And the same with Bitcoin, just to pull it back, obviously you don't want to buy Bitcoin when it's 105, right? You want to buy it when it's 95, when it pulls back, right? Or at least wait for it to get some significant air between where it is and that support, that resistance is just flipped. But just because there's a student today, I'm sorry, it's such a cliche. I've got to come up with a better thing to say. So I was walking down the street today and I met someone on the street, right? And they said, I need to get in. What do I do? Do I take my Bitcoin profit? And I'm like, just everything's okay. Bitcoin's not just going to do this and not come back down forever, right? You're gonna have chance. Just people got in at the double bottom, right? People bought that, they will sell it, they'll take profits, right? Just wait, everything's okay. Yeah. The media really needs an education. I'm going to be honest with you.
No, they're masters at it. And then, like, if you already have FOMO, man, they do a great job of heightening that FOMO. Like, you swear you're going to miss out if you don't do it right now.
Yeah, for sure. But do you want to have a look at what's going on with Bitcoin? Should we do that?
Yeah, let's check it out.
It's all about altcoins today, but let's have a look. Right. There's nothing much to. So look, just big picture first. Let's find it. I got too many tabs open. It's been such a busy day. So this is the best chart to look at. It's really straightforward, really clean. This is where we were. all-time highs just above, but this obviously represents, you know, the resistance where sellers will quickly take hold. Now, could Bitcoin quite easily pop its head above all-time highs? Sure, could do it today. Won't be surprised, and that's fine. But that momentum will have to come to a halt at some point. And this obviously is a juicy area to come back to. Really nice confluence with the point of control, where the liquidity is and everything. That's great. Plus, you know, we're on the back of this golden cross. So this is a really solid area to come back to. And this is what everybody should be really waiting for. Do we necessarily get that straight away? Maybe not. We could play around up here and we could break above and stay above for a little bit. But until you have, so again, this is what my mentor used to say, until it does break out, you have to presume it's heading lower. And it's a really simple equation, right? Don't presume anything, wait for confirmation, right? So right now the presumption is, you know, based on this chart, not that chart. Okay, let me find it. I knew it was going to be one of these days. So this is Bitcoin 30-minute, right? And if you look at this, right, even though this is the issue. So we have a foundation here, a little bit of a mini double bottom on the minor trend, right? This could help propel Bitcoin above all-time highs, sure, okay, but this is more a bearish retest of a breakdown of a pattern and this moving average. So at least ranging here or coming back down here would make sense. But there's a lot of, you know, there's a lot of stop-start news at the moment. We had the Genius Act kind of falling over last week, which would have been really bullish if we had some more momentum with that in the United States. So there's a lot of bullish ideas coming, but nothing quite fully realized. And until we see that, it's difficult to say, you know, is there going to be enough momentum to keep Bitcoin going up from here? But right now, based on the TA, it's a downwards move, and that's what we should be waiting for. And of course, if you're looking to trade altcoins, and just plug, there'll be a top altcoin picks video out tomorrow on Prime X, which will cover these setups in more detail. But this is GMX, and the whole premise of this setup is reliant on Bitcoin pulling back, right? It's really straightforward. Now, if Bitcoin breaks all-time highs, then GMX will do this, and then the trading opportunity will be to capitalize on the resistance to support flip, the SR flip. But right now, based on everything we're seeing, this is the move. And with GMX, this would also allow this golden cross to kind of happen if it comes back down here. Plus, we've got lovely confluence with the golden zone and this support line below. Now, the reason why I like this sort of trade is, say you decide that you don't think Bitcoin is going to retrace too much, and maybe just over the next few days, we're going to see just the altcoins just calmly just come back down, enter in the golden zone between the 0.5 and the 618, that's great. Or maybe enter at the 0.5 with the 50, that's super, no problem, right? Enter up here. Now, if it continues lower, you know that there is another set of buyers just below. So you're not scared because you're coming in here, oh, it's come down, I could enter again, or, you know, the buyers here will allow me to, so I want this to happen, right? But maybe it doesn't. And maybe I enter here and it does this, but then comes back down. And then we've got another set of buyers coming in, which will propel it at least up for me to get out at no loss. So these setups where you've got more buyers than sellers in the area you're looking to enter is always ideal. So this is a potential setup for GMX, but it needs Bitcoin to pull back. And you've got a variety of options and confluence with the RSI, because we've obviously got, I show these charts quite a lot, and where we've got this nice confluence with oversold conditions on the RSI, which leads to a bounce. But as we know, every time you start to see a pattern, you have to presume that other people see it, and therefore other people will try to manipulate it, and it won't occur. So I don't think we're going to see a retrace back to oversold conditions, but a retrace back to the median line would give you nice confluence in this area. So potential trade for GMX here. It's doing really well. We have shifted now from the intermediate downtrend to an uptrend just with this higher high here. So we're doing okay, but that's GMX. I mean, any thoughts on that, guys?
Yeah, I think this is the same one you showed yesterday, right?
I can't remember.
So I do so many of them every day.
Yeah, but no, I fully agree with you that it needs kind of one last kind of leg to give it a 4-leg table for it to be solid. You know?
Yeah, that's right. You had the golden zone idea. That was your idea.
The golden zone.
Yeah, sorry, I should have given you credit. I'll give you credit next week. Sorry.
No, come on. I don't care about that. But that would be great. Like, I agree with you because I agree with the pullback. That would be great because also that steep rally, it needs to correct, and then that would be great. I mean, I think I need to start to look at these altcoins, man. Like, it looks like there may be potentially more opportunities.
Jannie, check this out, right? So all of my top altcoin picks, all of them from last week have played out. So this is AVAX, 40%. Didn't give us the ideal entry, but nonetheless, you're not supposed to necessarily trade it like me. So, AVAX, BNB broke out. Floki bounced. Gala bounced with 50%. HBAR, this was perfect setup, bounced 32%. And obviously I traded this one, we got out here, but all of them. And this is the key. When the money flow moves and changes, everything just starts to play out. Now, all we're looking for now, as we established with GMX, is the next move, right? That's what we haven't seen for the last few months. We now need the next move to carry on up. And this will be very Bitcoin dependent, but we're heading there. We look at total 2. That's not the right chart. Total 2. We said that in order for altcoins not to reset from this move for the middle of April with Bitcoin, we need it to bounce off this line and not this one, right? Because that would represent a retrace from a full retrace for the altcoins. We've had the bounce and we've broken out now. So the money flow is moving in the right direction. And if we look at Bitcoin dominance, which I'm sure I can't find. Here we go. Look, we're now sitting at the primary trend line with a wick below. And if this breaks lower, this could be the beginning of this. But I'm not 100% convinced, to be honest. We were talking about that maybe the money flow needs a little bit more of a move upwards. And that doesn't mean altcoins are going to get hit. It just means that Bitcoin could still be growing faster than altcoins for a while, but that could still facilitate altcoin movement, as we identified with total 3 and total 2, because as long as these are moving in the right direction, we've got Bitcoin and the altcoin market growing together, but Bitcoin is still a little bit faster, and then eventually the altcoins will take over. So it's not necessarily a bearish thing at the moment, but yeah. And this is another setup. It'll be out tomorrow in a video. CFX. So available to trade on a Prime X. Golden Cross incoming. I would like to see that signal first, given this price action. First higher high. We've got this nice diagonal trend line here. The ideal trade would be by the bottom of support with confluence with this moving average if it sweeps down. So maybe what it looks like in a few days might be something like this. And then that would be your entrance. And obviously you want to see Bitcoin pull back. And as long as you've seen Bitcoin arrive at some kind of support, then that's the way you enter. Because even if Bitcoin continues low, you'll get a bounce at that support, a little bounce, which will help the altcoin. So there's a potential entry. I mean, you could, again, come in at the bottom diagonal support if you want to, but then by that point, you may have lost the 200 MA. So it's always important. W wormhole.
Wormhole. Oh my goodness. They come up with the most interesting names, I have to say.
I couldn't put this on the thumbnail today because it's just it's just W, and I didn't know, it just looked stupid, so I just left it. But sorry, Wormhole, had to exclude you because of your name. That's kind of shameful, I think. I'm sorry for discriminating. But especially if you can take me to faraway galaxies. Anyway, right. So movement back down to support with confluence with the RSI would be the trade here, right? So and this is again pretty decent because, I mean, if you scroll back, right, this is kind of the bottom, right? It's kind of the bottom. So if you don't get a bounce here, then you're going to have buyers coming in at support as well to give you an exit. So pretty straightforward trade. It's not an A setup for sure, but again, golden cross incoming. Get this back down here. The crosses are going to be occurring just as you're looking to enter, which will attract other buyers, and that would be the idea. But obviously, this setup is dependent on Bitcoin pulling back as well. This is what I was talking about, right? Bitcoin is king. It directs the whole of the altcoin market, which is why you see all of these setups very similar because they're all following the same sort of price action. But Crypto OG, theta, or kind of one of them. That is similar setup, golden zone buy this time, which has got confluence with the top of this ascending, well, half-formed ascending triangle. It's kind of just kind of escaped before it finished. So sorry, triangle. And then you could have nice confluence with the RSI with the pullback, which looks like it could set up. But if you feel Bitcoin is being a little bit bullish, or theta proves to be a little bit resilient and doesn't retrace too much, you've also got plenty of options for a golden zone entry. So you can maybe scale in at the 0.5, scale in again at the 618, and then worst case scenario, scale in here, and then you've got a really nice potential to turn around. But obviously it's very Bitcoin dependent, but this is quite a nice move from theta, but it is cooking a little bit. So, but look for confluence, always confluence. Don't ever just come down on one idea. And if you can see if you've got one of these setups and you think, right, golden zone, great, top of a half-baked descending triangle, but obviously a support line, great. I'm not feeling it. But then if you see divergence, then it's a trade, right? So you should be approaching it like this. Some setups won't be exactly as you want it, so why trade them, right? No one's forcing you. Everything's good. So Atom had very janky inverse head and shoulders, very janky, but it's there, right? And if sometimes people will say, well, is that really an inverse head and shoulders? Well, the way I look at it is this: the psychology behind an inverse head and shoulders or a head and shoulders pattern is essentially what you need to look for. The representation of that move, that battle between buyers and sellers. And even though it's not 100% textbook clean, the principles of what
that is
still present.
That's one. I mean, I'm trying to find the head and shoulders. What the hell? Where do you see that?
As I said.
Damn. That is like anyway, like I nearly.
It's had a bad day.
It's had a bad day. Yeah,
but
his shoulders are hanging. Yeah.
Thankfully, it does obviously offer confluence, the neckline, with a straightforward historical resistance line as well, and we have a golden cross. So the trade would be, I think, you'll notice that I've put my buy-in here along with the moving average. It's a 12-hour, so it's quite significant. And I think if Bitcoin is going to pull back, right, it's going to push this down. Now, the advantage of having a janky inverse head and shoulders is you can either ignore it or not, right? So this is a trade right now if you want. If Bitcoin bounces from where it is, this would bounce too. So it could be a range trade from here to here. But I'm not advising that because, again, we want probabilities in our favor. And even though Bitcoin could do that, and you could maybe have this set up in your back pocket, ideally, we want to come back down here, get slightly lower prices, get confluence with the moving edge. Because if you look in, it hasn't retested the 200 MA. And when on these higher time frames, you really want to wait for that retest, because it's most likely to happen, or at least some kind of move downwards. And even if the 50 comes up a little bit, like it kind of did here, acting as support, then that's fine. But this is probably the best area to come in. It protects you from any pullback from Bitcoin and almost takes into account any pullback from Bitcoin. So you're not entering here out on a ledge, and then Bitcoin, as we've established, might come down. So yeah, not an A setup, but Atom, Cosmos, pretty good straightforward trade. And as you can see, it does like to move when it has confirmation. See loads of setups today, and Solana. Always like to touch base with some of the old guard.
Solana makes me hungry. The name makes me hungry. I don't know why.
Solana.
Solana
Makes you hungry. Wow.
Salami? I don't know.
All right, I get it. Right, okay.
I don't know. Probably that. Sorry. Carry on.
So I'll start calling it that. So salami is no, right?
All right.
Obviously, you've got a pattern here, and we're at resistance, right? We've got confluence with this 200 MA, very powerful resistance. Difficult to see it breaking above that. And even if Bitcoin does, give us a move, and it does, as we were just talking about, I don't think you should trust any move against probabilities. I mean, it could go parabolic if you break against probabilities, but you don't want to trade that. So ideally, you want this pattern to break down. And you can see other people are quite bullish. So I don't think they're not thinking necessarily that it's going to come all the way back into this zone. They're thinking that the 0.5 would be the bounce point, but your first position could be the 0.5. You could look to enter again at the 0.618, and then anything below here would invalidate your trade. You can look at it like that, or maybe the middle zone. You'll notice that I've put my buy order in the middle. So yeah, so just wait for a pullback, and then this might be in a great place to enter. And you know, the problem is with this, right? The reason why there might be a deeper retrace is because we haven't properly found our feet yet following this breakout. So if you notice, strong downtrend, lower low, and now we've recovered, because Bitcoin obviously just made us recover, but it's not 100% organic. And what we need Sol to do first is, you know, double bottom would have been nice, some kind of pattern would have been nice. So when you see it break down, you have to consider the fact that, you know, buyers will be looking for maybe some more bullish signals in terms of basic structure before it starts going, especially because we haven't taken the 200 MA. So, you know, maybe the golden zone entry isn't such a bad idea on the lower side of things, but that's completely up to you, and it's dependent on what Bitcoin is doing, of course. I mean, if Bitcoin retraces, it arrives at support, but then sits there, you might find that Solana will do this. It'll come back down, it'll arrive at 0.5, and Bitcoin doesn't do it. And then it'll just...
I thought you were going to say it's going to arrive at 8:15 and then take off. But sorry to interrupt you, but that is one ugly looking chart. Huh? What do you think about that, Michael? That is like the worst looking. I would just delete that tab. Like, no, definitely not. It's not like the other. I think the other charts you showed, like, look really promising. This is ugly as hell.
But as with remember, salami has got a lot going for it, right? It's tasty. No, remember, when I ask people, you ask someone who is not familiar with crypto, right? Just to list a few cryptos, this will be one of them, right?
Yeah.
So
not Robert. Look, he says he hates it. Look at it. I hate Sol.
Robert, have you had a bad experience with salami? Have you? I'm so sorry to hear that. And that may prove correct, but all we're doing, of course, is we're looking at setups. We're assessing their viability. Some are better than others. There are warning signs with this one, but also when the golden zone appears, you know, in the middle of a, you know, what you would expect if bullish continuation was going to occur, this is kind of the retrace we'd expect. And therefore, there's nice confluence and we have support below. But when we don't have a solid foundation like we do with some of the others, caution is there. But you also, context is important, right? People buy Solana, people jump into Solana. That's what they know, that's what they think. So, but yeah, I mean, no one's suggesting, you've got all these the reason why we do multiple setups is you choose the one which suits your trading style and risk tolerance the best, right? It's as simple as that. Right. And they usually have multiple entrances. But I will do better on my charts for sure.
What is Solana? What do they do?
That's a good question. Let me why don't hand back and I'll find out, and I'll give you a really concise answer. I'll use ChatGPT. Give me a concise 10-second answer on what Solana is as a crypto asset. All right.
I mean, not that it matters, but I just thought maybe you knew, but I mean, there are hundreds of them. I don't expect you to know. I mean, I wouldn't care what they do anyway. I will just like make sure there's some liquidity and the charts are setting up.
No, I mean, I don't date tokens. I don't care what their life history is. I don't, right?
Yeah.
But Solana is a high-speed blockchain designed for scalable, low-cost, decentralized apps and crypto transactions. It's known for its fast processing, low fees, and supports smarter contracts like Ethereum, for sure. So yeah, that's it. Although, to be honest, every time I've tried to send something on the Solana blockchain, it's failed. So, you know, proof is in the pudding.
Yeah. Proof is in the pudding. Now I'm really hungry. Michael, did you
didn't eat before you got in the session today, Jannie?
Yeah, you need to eat before these sessions.
Is your CAD Swiss lining up or not? Because I'm just
it's not ready right here. It's right here. We got 5 minutes to see what it do.
Oh, you're gonna wait for the hour? Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to close above the hour. See, this is what I mean. The 15-minute looks good. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Actually,
thanks for the information, Robert. I'm sorry I had a bad trade with that. Yeah, which is that sounds a bit tough. Sorry about that. But yes, here's the thing: get back on the horse. Just keep working, get a good trade with Solana, and then you'll love it again. Simple.
Yeah, get back on the horse.
So this is super close, right? Because we got this close above the 50, and we got this close above this little bit of this area here and this area here and this area here. So it's looking good. But like I mentioned, they are wicked with this last 15 minutes sometimes. And I want to see this close above this 13 right here.
Yeah. It's pulling back now, right?
And if this ends up closing below it, it's like, see, they almost got me with this. This is why you got to wait for the hour close. The hour is the higher time frame of confirmation. The 15 minutes is where I'm just taking the entry. So you got 5 minutes on it to see what actually happens. See, look at this. They so sneaky with this. It's ridiculous.
I know. Yeah, I've seen that.
This candle ended up turning red.
Yeah, so now you're just gonna have to wait for the next hour, right? Or
nah, if this next one doesn't close, that's gonna be it for me because I don't want to take the trades at 1 o'clock. That's like
yeah, it's too late then. It's like 1 hour left, and then we're in the doldrums.
We'll see though. This may or may not go.
Oh, Robert mentioned there's a Jannie coin. Oh, just wait to we see Paul's chart for the Jannie coin. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I need to start a coin. Why not? I mean, what is that? What does that coin do? Just gonna chill out. I don't know. Does nothing. It goes up. That's all. Yeah. But that is the case with a lot of these coins, right? Like the Melania coin and the Beckham coin. Has the Beckhams come up with a coin yet? No?
You know what? I actually felt really bad when we were discussing last time because I think I said if we ever give like any of those type of tokens, right, then I'll have something to say about it. And when I was looking at my list, we do have. And I think this is sensible. We do have Trump token. We have that. We do offer that. And I'm fine with that because it's a very popular thing to trade. I think the important thing is that when regardless of any of these assets, right, regardless of whatever exchange you're doing, right, just it's important. I'm not talking about like with, dating it. I'm just like, you need to be aware of ones which have a use case and ones which don't, right? And ones which are being used to enrich and ones which are not, right? Now you can still trade them, right? And that's fine. But I think caution is important because the space is turning a little bit populist in terms of, we've had all this before. NFTs, that was the rise of populist approaches in crypto. And I think as we talked about, like, you walk into Domino's Pizzas and they'll say, we take Domino's coin now. And I'm like, okay.
What am I supposed to do with my $500,000 monkey?
You need to pretend it's worth something and try and sell it.
We spoke about this before. Like, I couldn't understand, like, what the hell? Like, what? Where's the value? Yeah, I can understand the Mona Lisa, even though to me, the Mona Lisa that's one ugly painting, isn't it?
Oh my God. Okay. What?
Like, it's ugly as hell. What are you talking about? Looks like my son did that thing. Like, it's just. But you see, I know nothing about art. That I'm really trying to like it, and I just don't get it. Like, even at the art museum in London, there were some weird things there. Like a basketball in like a glass cube, and then people were like hanging around. And
y'all seen the other one? They had this guy. He had like it was a banana with some duct tape on the wall, and it was like.
Oh yeah, I remember the banana duct tape thing, and it sold for like what was it, $1 million? I don't know. Yeah, and
it was ridiculous. I was like, I can't believe that.
Yeah, the only art I understand or kind of get is music. That I get because that I get. But other things, I'm like, I don't understand it. Like that.
But this is what the space is going to be like, and the space is this at the moment, but it's going to get more challenging. And maybe this is what the space will actually look like. But it's a case of like, what do you want the crypto industry to look like? Right now, I only trade things typically which have a use case, which have organic price action, which have been around with for a while, and that's simple, right? And there's a project behind it and a team behind it, which of course are trying to make money. That's the whole point. But as long as it's got a use case, I'm fine with it. Now, there's nothing wrong with, maybe we're going to turn into the world where, we're going to have, these sorts of tokens, the Trump token, the whatever Chipotle token, or, whatever, right? We're going to have all those maybe as a separate asset class, like the NASDAQ, maybe that'll turn out that way. And there'll be an industry, but you've got to be very careful. Like we're talking about the difference between meme coins and use case tokens, right? The meme coins are retail.
This confirmed, guys. This confirmed.
Oh,
is it? Oh, yeah. Let's put it on.
Put on.
Let's put it on. I want to watch this.
Let's see. Oh, dang it. I thought I was already seeing
that pulled. It kind of, I didn't even see that. In the last.
Yep. At the last little bit, it came on back. So this is all I really wanted to see was this close, this 1 hour close. That's fine. This is just a pullback. That I'm all good with that, right? So the next thing would be to go ahead and
let me put 100 lot trade on.
All right, I got my full position on this right now. I'm in this. I'm pretty confident this will go. Now I'll move my stop loss to break even about, where are we? I'm going to do it about halfway through. So about right here. Once this thing gets to here, this price point for me is 0.605. I'll move it then. 0.605. And I'll just put SL to BE. Sweet. And that's pretty much it. Now I always set up these extra alerts just so I am paying attention. Right. If it comes back down here to this 200 EMA, I normally put an alert here that says close to SL, just so I can be reminded. Like, all right, don't forget you're in here, or damn, this thing's going against you. One of the two. And then I'll put this on here, and I'll just put this as SL hit. And this just really allows me to basically not even have to be in front of the computer. Like when we're done in 30 minutes, I don't even have to watch this anymore.
But do you watch your trades, or do you just kind of?
Nah. To be honest, I really don't. Like, I don't have to. When I do this, now if I'm like A+ setup, pristine, and I'm like taking it on all my accounts, then hell yeah, I'm gonna sit here right here and I'm about to watch it because it might pull back. Right, and it might give me an even better entry, and I don't want to miss that opportunity. But when my full position is already on, like now, I'm not gonna watch it. It's kind of no point. I'm not gonna take another trade on it. I'm already fully positioned on it. And then secondly, I got these alerts. I know if it's going against me, if my stop loss hit, if I need to move to break even, or if TP hit. This everything I need. So I normally put these 4 alerts on here once I've jumped in, and that's it. I'll just let this do its thing at this point. This should go. Like theoretically, this should go. This is nice. And I can't even say this is late in the day because it's kind of not. Like if I was in session 3, then I would be like, it could not go. Maybe
you'd be showing a recording. You'll be showing a recording.
Right. It'll be something a little bit different. But this, and we still earlier in the day, this still got a lot of time to kind of move. This might go ahead and go for it. So.
Nice. It is. It's moving up. I have to say, like the CAD Suez. This is so interesting because it looks nice and clean on smaller time frames, but on longer time frames, it's really it looks like Sol almost.
I don't know. And this is beautiful too. Like
can't take to it. Can't take to it.
Now we got this outside structure I mentioned, right? We got this first leg here, and we got this outside the band. If you look at this second ping, like this little wick here, this comes right to the pip on this, but this is all the way up here.
Yeah, but this one pretty much immediately went into.
They literally just came, probably widened the spread a little bit. Yeah, just maybe a little bit of drawdown. If it was to draw down, it would probably come right to this 50. That's probably about it. Or it'll come all the way down to this 200, and then I'm not confident in the trade anymore.
Yeah. No, if it comes to like, oh, you're also addressing your. Paul used to like to. You haven't done that in a while, Paul. You used to put shoes on your charts. Like,
I do all the time. You're just not there.
He dresses his charts. So sweet. Look, the pound US dollar is just breaking through that diagonal line. Let me show you quickly, if you don't mind.
Yeah. I was done. I just want to pull that up because we was waiting on it.
That's great.
So that's great. Yeah, it's not stopping there. It's not stopping there. So it's just piercing straight through. So this exit is in hindsight was a great move.
You gotta love it. Part of being in a trading is trade management, right?
Yeah, I mean obviously, but this is the danger if you get married to a position or to a bias or to an idea, you probably won't get out. Yeah. You'll probably go, yeah, no, it's definitely going to go down. Definitely going to go down, and you'll just if I held this trade, I'd probably be very close to because my entry was around. Yeah. I'd be back.
It's crazy because you got the lesson, right? Like, no marrying any trades. These trades do not love you, bro. Like, for real. These
they're not loyal.
They're not loyal. Yeah, they're not loyal.
Definitely not loyal.
Do not marry none of them. Get what you need from them and go.
But it was just like there was some other times. This one, obviously, you close back above that resistance on the 4 hour. You have to get out. You're gonna have to get out. But it was such a beautiful trade that just kind of went. Yeah, I don't know. As I said, I don't know if core CPI played a role or whatever. But this is a very good example of just a beautiful trade. And I wouldn't say it didn't work, because it did work, but it didn't play out, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, fully.
It didn't play. Yeah, it didn't.
So last week, week before last, I had my trade of the week was Euro AUD, and same thing. It played out. I made 0.74% off of it, so not my full 1% off the move, but it didn't fully play out. It majority of it. I watched 3/4 of the movie, but something happened and the internet went out, so I couldn't see the end of the movie.
The end of the movie.
It sounds similar.
Yeah, but now I'm I don't know what to make of the pound US dollar right now. I think. Well, I've already said what I'm going to do. I'm just going to let the price action play out, and we'll see what happens. But I'm not interested in this right now, because if it breaks this,
you said too though about the 4 hour close, right? Because on my setups, if I'm taking a position on the 1 hour chart, I'm looking for price to be on the right side on the 4 hour chart. That's why I always mention that higher time frame confirmation. Similar to today. When I took the 15-minute trade, I was looking for a price to be on the right side on the 1 hour chart. So I always just kick it up one level to give you that extra confluence of where you are in the cycle for one, and if it's actually going to hold, right?
Yeah.
It's a way of the top-down analysis, except I'm looking at it from the one. Starting at the one, I'm going down one or up one. I'm not really starting on a daily 4-1 and going down, which makes sense too, but
yeah, I mean, I just the longer time frames, I do look at them, but I don't often get a lot of information from the longer time frames, but I do look at them because sometimes I do get
right,
say for example a monthly resistance level, right, which is going to happen once in the blue moon because it's one candle a month, right? But you do sometimes you do get it, or like the ATR, how far have you how far or how much movement have you had so far in the month, and what's the ATR?
Right.
So just that, really, not really that. So, but I do look at that, but it's you now and then you'll get some important information, but not the daily. For me, the 4 hour is better than the daily because the daily is not always clear. Sometimes the daily is clear, right? But not always. And then if you look at the breakdown of the daily time frame, which is obviously the 4 hour time frame, there's 6 of them, and then you can clearly the picture becomes can be a bit clearer on the 4 hour compared to the daily. So
is it cold where you're at?
Sorry?
Is it cold where you are?
Yeah, you can see I've got it's now, well, the winter's just started, but and a month from now I'll have like a blanket over me as well. It gets really cold. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say you're either sick or you're cold, one of the two.
No, it's getting cold, and we don't have like gas heating like in the UK. I'm not sure do you guys have gas heating in where you are, Michael?
I don't even know what that is. Gas eating? What is that?
No, not eating.
Are
you also hungry? You're also hungry, aren't you?
No. I just ate.
Like central gas heating.
In America, it's open windows.
Okay, yeah. Central air, like central heating, central air, yeah.
Like they do in Europe.
So we have central air and heating in the States, but here in Mexico, no. We got like a box in the rooms.
Yeah. Everything is built for this because it's like summer most of the time, and then we've got winter like 2 or 3 months a year. So everything is built to make things cool, and not cool as in hip cool, like cool, weather cool.
Right.
Yeah. So, and it's really nice, but like in the winter times, it's the opposite. It's terrible. It's really cold.
Gotcha.
So anyway, where was I going to go? Oh, gold. Yeah, I mean, I've got nothing lining up for me. For me, it's just going to be scalps, I think, for tomorrow. So that means I can get up late again.
That's what happened to me today. I wouldn't even worry about getting to the chart early today. I saw we had late news at 11. I'm like, oh, I'm sleeping in tomorrow. I'm sleeping in tomorrow. Oh, did you lose Jannie?
Apparently. Robert, yeah, that's a good comment. My friend that started trading told me that his other friends were saying crypto is worthless and this and that. And he said, I don't care. As long as I'm making money off it, it doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm going to admit, like a lot of the cryptos, I trade, I'm not really paying attention to their use case. And I may end up accidentally trading certain things which don't have that. But what I would say to that is, not all cryptos are created equal, and you don't want to be standing on a trapdoor when you're trading, right? And that's the key thing. And when you're looking at tokens, even if it's like Dogecoin back in the day when people were actively manipulating it and tweeting about it and trying to make money off it, right? You don't really want any part of that because it's dominated by retail. They don't really know trading analysis and what to do, and therefore it's complete chaos. And it's up and down, pump and whatever. And when you're looking at certain tokens which perhaps are associated with a celebrity or a person or a company, you have to be careful. And as I said, you don't want to be standing on a trapdoor. So that's what I'd say to that. But yeah, for sure, I don't disagree. But if you can choose a token which has good price action, good price history, and you're not worried about price manipulation or people trying to make money off you, then it's fine. But just they're not all created equal, so just try and be as careful.
Sorry about that, guys. We had there was a power failure, so that's what happened there. Sorry about that. Yeah,
we thought you left the studio. No, let me stop.
What did I say?
But Paul, it sounded like you were sharing some very important information. So can you repeat everything you've said in the last minute?
Yeah, it's Robert's last question. He would mention
it was just go easy on salami. No, sorry. Right. I can't remember if I showed this chart yesterday. Can we have a look? Is that all right?
Yeah, let's
sure.
check it.
Jannie, you got to tell me. Did we talk about this yesterday? Alt season on the top, altcoins versus Bitcoin on the bottom.
Oh no, when you talk, Paul, that's why I'm wearing earphones. I kind of put music on. No, you haven't. No, you haven't. I don't think you have. No.
So just to, again, I like to, once we obviously get into the trading detail and the minutiae of TA, but it's important to be able to answer questions like, if the altcoins start going to the moon, when do I take profits? Because this is the biggest problem in crypto. You know, it's quite easy for people to buy in the right point in the cycle last summer, last summer would have been fine, or the autumn before that, and you can make loads of money. But the problem is people do that and they just don't know when to take it. So you've got two things you ideally need to be looking at: the chart itself. So if you, for example, you're trading an altcoin and it's got a previous all-time high from the previous bull run and it's really high up, like 1,000 or 2,000% up, then you've got a line in the sand for that chart to start taking your profits out. That makes sense, right? But if you've got assets which are entering price discovery, positive price discovery, which happens in a bull run where essentially previous all-time highs get taken out, as Bitcoin is most likely going to do over the next few weeks or days, what do? Right? You've got fib levels for sure, but the fib levels aren't really dictating anything for that altcoin. The market money flow and Bitcoin's bullishness and all the fervor in the media is driving it. So what do? Well, firstly, you just have some well-curated charts with different perspectives, which can give you lines in the sand to potentially start to trade off. Now, we've got charts like that for Bitcoin, which suggests that based on that's big picture TA, that if Bitcoin starts hitting 250K, 300, this is an area where you need to consider getting out of. But it's not quite that simple, because previously historically, Bitcoin will peak and then all the other altcoins will run up, continue to run up rather, following that by maybe a month delay or a 2-month delay, because that's how the money flow works. People take their profits from Bitcoin, they realize it's probably peaked, and then those profits go into the altcoins, which then drives the next rally. So it is complicated, but this sort of chart can help. So on the top, we have total 2, which is essentially alt season take profit chart. And you can see this very simple green line represents the previous cycle tops. And likewise, you can see where we are now in terms of the altcoin market cap. We're nowhere close, currently sitting about 1.2 trillion. Now up here, that would mean it becomes about 6, but this would be a very straightforward line in the sand to use in conjunction with basic TA with your asset to then start taking profits, right? You can see here, if you take profits here, wait a few months and you can have some more. So you don't have to exit fully, but this is the most important thing in crypto, knowing when to take profits. And as you can see, we are very much altcoins versus Bitcoin at the bottom, very much, looking for that kind of that move upwards, which we haven't seen yet. So if you take into account this, which is total 3 versus Bitcoin, showing that Bitcoin is totally outpacing the altcoin market, and it has been since the end of the bear market. And then you look at all this space, right? This is where we're going, right? And if we do go here, this is the sort of line you need to have, and you need to set an alert to take profits. Because I'll be honest with you, my Ethereum position last cycle peaked at 50K on 2, right? So it's serious gains, but I actually didn't get out until I got out at 40K, right? So I didn't get out at the top, right? But back then, I didn't have charts like this or the experience to kind of know to draw lines in the sand. So I knew enough to sell, but I also didn't quite know how to catch the top. And you're never going to catch the top, but charts like this can help. I mean, any thoughts from your perspective, guys?
Yeah, these cycles are interesting, right? Because not to say that currencies don't have cycles, because they do. It's just a different style of cycles, I guess. I didn't even know this existed, to be honest, Paul, until you kind of brought it to my attention.
Yeah, well, Michael is making a lot of money right now with these CAD Swiss trades. So
is it going all right? Let's have a look.
It's slowly going up.
Come on, it's all about live trading, so let's do it.
Yeah, it's slowly going.
I'll fill in the gaps with hot air.
Yeah.
It's
hot
slowly
air.
Talking about the money flow again.
What I noticed about these Swiss pairs and what I don't say like be a little bit different than a lot of the other ones is they do a lot of wicking. Like it's a lot of up and downs and like if you don't have like the discipline to not close the trade, Swiss pairs might not be the best pairs to trade because they do a lot of wicking like all around. Like even for this, if you remember, this was red at this one point, and I swear I looked away and looked again, it was green, and then it's a new candle. I'm like, wow, that was fast.
Yeah, it's making some lower wicks, but that's really good. That's really good. Like if it makes those lower wicks and it pushes higher, so looks pretty good to me.
Yeah, it's going. You see, I could have got a slightly better entry on one of these wicks, but whatever. The expected move is once it did close was a pullback to around this area though, right? But whatever, I just grabbed it.
Like when you're in the trade, you kind of don't want the pullback, but if you're not in the trade, you do want the pullback.
So it's like what I missed that by 3 pips in essence. They did pull back another 3 pips. I could have got that, but yeah, when I put half my position on, I do want it to pull back so I can get my other half position. But when I put my full position on in the beginning, I don't want it to pull back. Just go.
Yeah, it's like well, some of the breakouts just go without me. Can't this be one of them? Like
exactly.
When I'm in,
And Mr. Market Maker says, now why would I do that?
Why would I do that? I'm going to retest and then stop you out. And then reverse.
Yes.
Oh man, no, but this is a really nice one. That's a beautiful double bottom.
The most beautiful part about it is this wick right here. I just came down, retested this to the tip. I mean, you can't. This is literally exactly what I look for when I look at price action and retest. Because really, what happened is in this moment, they got traders who are short, pending orders going short right here. Right below this low. So what they do is they come up, right? Even this ping high, right? So they got traders short right here with pending orders and long above the 50 with pending orders. So they tagged them on short here, right? Yank it away from them. They probably close it out. Then they tag these traders going long, activate their orders, right? So now they tagging everybody, and then they come do one last little retest to this area. The traders who got on here was like, oh, I knew I was right. Just put your position back on. They jump back on. And if they didn't put it on market position, they got another pending order. And market makers come in, they widen the spread just a little bit, just enough to activate those orders and yank it away from them, and they gone. Now, theoretically, this should continue to push higher and higher slowly from this area. But it messes everybody up. People who thought they was right here, he thought she was right here, he thought she was right here. No, the only people who was right the first time was these guys. They were just early to the party. You can't take the first leg, you gotta take the second one. You would never ever take the move here and expect it to go long. That's asinine. There's always gonna be another retest of this.
Yeah, that's
so you have to wait for that. And then when they close above that, now it's good. Anyway, they dirty work. Dirty work. I remember being on these.
Sorry, Michael.
I was gonna say I've been being on the other side of these trades. Like just nasty.
Yeah. Look, those retest zones is also not bad if you have a bullish bias. You know, on multiple time frames, and you've got some confluences, then that retest won't be a bad spot. But I don't typically trade like that. But
yeah, the only thing about that is this could, like, this will end up messing you up if you say, for example, because it could do this, and you want to put your order on here, it could just keep going.
Yeah,
and then you're gonna get stopped out pretty quickly.
Yeah. Andre,
I would
nice
always
to
like to see
you.
them make this exact move.
Okay, Andre,
Yeah, this would
what
go
is
pretty
the
decent.
what is the base sell entry on the pound US dollar? Yeah, the pound US dollar kind of acted a bit funny. You obviously just joined, so we'll just quickly go through that again. There is some time, so where we are right now with the pound US dollar is we obviously had can't see it yet. Come on. All right. Okay, so we're last night. I think you were probably in the chat, Andre. We were looking at this rejection level right there because it came to retest it. It dropped really nice, but now this morning we came over here, and it just pierced through. And the 4-hour time frame, when you see that close above, that's when I closed the trade. Okay, my trade was over here with the stop loss over there. You can see the trade's not open anymore. And that's because of the close above that resistance level. But on the smaller time frames now, when I say smaller time frames, I'm talking about the 1 hour. I've just added the 15 to look at Michael's trade. That's the only reason why. But this diagonal line here, it looks like we're piercing through there. So we'll see how if we can, just drop below that. But for now, I really want to see just at the top of my head, because I don't have any specific levels, but we need to close below this level, this resistance level, right? Which is basically the if you go look at the 4-hour time frame, if I just zoom out here, you see that. Okay, we basically need to close below that before I'll be interested again. So obviously we're miles away from that, but there's no clear. We're back into this head and shoulders pattern now. So you don't want to trade here. Like, it's dead. The pound US dollar trade is dead for now, until something interesting can kind of unfold. But right now, for me, I'm out of that trade, and I'm not interested in it, and I won't be interested in it tomorrow morning either, I don't think. And you never know. Maybe tomorrow or the next candle kind of completely engulfs that 4-hour candle, and like, all right, it's game on again. But I don't think that's very likely to happen. So what's the best sell entry on the pound US dollar? It's unclear. It's unclear at the moment, right? It's not that obvious right now. Not for me anyway.
Me neither.
Hope that. And neither for Michael, and Paul agrees. I don't know. Do you agree,
Let me
Paul?
see really quick, Jannie, before we jump off. I want to point it out real quick.
Sure. All right.
So if you pound, I'm not touching this for a minute. This is going to take a second to happen, right? Today is Tuesday. This might happen on Thursday, Friday, something like that, right? This is a long ways away from this actually doing what it needs to do.
Who's doing that? Okay, sorry.
Right.
Carry on.
So we got the 5,200 cross here, so we know we're in level 2. Now price is just coming up. Matter of fact, I take that back. This actually could happen. Today's Tuesday, on Thursday. Let's say Wednesday or Thursday, right? This M that we see here does not count. Reason being is the market baseline has not gone above the static. So this is not a real M. It's a fake M, right? Like, you need both for it to confirm. So I'll be looking for a move like this, going back down to this area, right? And market baseline has to come up for this reload over here, right? Then I'll be interested in shorting it somewhere over here, right? Stops above here. TP could be really two places, really. These two, right? You just got to make sure your entry to the 800 EMA, the risk to reward, makes sense. Either way, when it does get around here, you want to move your stop loss to break even just in case it bounces off and goes back the other way. But yeah, you don't want to be touching this today, right?
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah, don't touch this today. This needs a lot more work to happen. But I will admit, if this happens just like this, I'm going to take this trade on Wednesday or Thursday. It will look something like this.
Yeah, and even if you look at I'm not sure, Michael, if you can maybe just very quickly pull up the weekly time frame there, or if I can show it just quickly, if you don't mind. Yeah, just on the pound, and then you'll just see why I say that and why we potentially have formed that higher low. Is if you look on the longer time frames, like the weekly, obviously, this is just going to be a part of it. I do apologize, but you can still see it. You see, this is the weekly time frame. You see that massive lower wick, and we're pushing all the way back up there. Right. So do you see what I mean? So it's like, yeah, it's going to have to come back lower. But you're right back in, yeah, you're making this massive lower wick, which again could be this higher low that I was hoping for, or what I'm not hoping for, what I wanted to see before I would be interested in longs again. So is this going to be the higher low? Could potentially be, right? So that's why I'm just completely I'm out of the trade, and I don't really know what to expect. We're going to have to wait for a few candles to get added to the chart, and then the picture will eventually become clear. Just wait. Sometimes you don't know. If you don't know, you wait until you do know, right? And that's as simple as that.
Jannie and I don't know right now. We're waiting.
We're waiting. All right, guys. But that's time for us. Paul, Michael, always great to see you guys. Andre and Robert and everybody else watching, thanks for watching. The next session starts in 30 minutes from now, so make sure you stay tuned for that. From us, it's good evening. Good night. Right. Safe trading. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Paul. All right, Jannie.
Hello, Howard. How are you? Long time.
Yeah, long time. I'm very well. Yourself?
Yeah, not too bad. Not too bad, thanks. I think we're waiting on Aymane, and then we can get the show on the road. I hope all the viewers are good. Oh, Aymane's just joined. I'll add him to the stage. Aymane, hello.
Aymane.
Oh, hello, Coach Howard. Sam, how are you doing?
Very well, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Crazy markets. Everything is bullish.
Crazy. Yeah, I tell you, these foreign exchange markets, I tell you, they challenge you. You know.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. How's both your trading days?
Yeah, I didn't do a whole lot during the day. I was waiting for something to happen that didn't. But later on during the day, I've entered a short position in dollar against the Canadian, US dollar CAD. So I'll come round to that when we talk about the trades. But yeah, it's a very interesting start to the week for FX, with the news coming in over the weekend with tariffs and all the rest of it. So interesting kind of setups. I'm not sure. See the same thing on the stock market there, Sam?
Yeah, it's been surprisingly bullish.
Yeah.
Had a gap on the weekend. I wasn't trading the last 2 weeks. I didn't trade. I was on holiday. So yeah, I came back to quite a shock at the market. But yeah,
I must say you're looking well for it.
Yeah, I've got myself a bit of color, a bit of a tan. I did wear sunglasses, so I've got clear patches by my eyes, which don't look too good, but hopefully it will fade and even out at some point.
Yeah.
How about?
The session.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. My session today was a little bit tricky. So I started this session with 2 losses, and I think because I entered a buy. And I went quickly break even because I thought like, okay, let's wait for a retracement. But as you can see, if you check, I think ES is the same. So we didn't get any retracements.
Yeah.
And it was perfect like entry there, but it stopped me at break even and it went. I got a little bit, I think, emotional. So I re-enter and I got stopped out again. So and then I was chill a little bit, took a little bit of break, come back, took I think 2 scalps. But finish the day break even. But yeah, you see today's move like after the CPI.
Strong.
Yeah, and CPI also. So it's just no really retracement, just small like red candles and then boom. And yeah.
Yeah. I did all right. Sorry, Aymane, continue. Sorry.
No, please. I want to say just I was also like you. I was expecting a little bit of a pullback from the demand supply because I had also similar to your zone. So I was expecting just a small actually retracement. And as you said, we have a gap on Sunday that still we didn't feel. So I was more like, okay, maybe with the CPI, it's the time to fill this gap before continue higher.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I expected it to go down as well. Market opened. We pushed down a little bit, but we weren't at a gap in volume or any particular zone. I was waiting for it to get to one, and then it just started going up. And then it broke past a gap in volume, came back, and then I decided to start buying. But I was very cautious buying the market, annoyingly, because I still thought in my head, I feel like there might be like a sudden drop at some point. So I did 3 trades, but all 3 scalps of just getting in, getting out, all 3 buys, kind of riding it up a bit. So it wasn't too bad. But before we do show the charts, I don't know if you guys have seen, but big news on the Ola Prime front. We have a new brand ambassador, a face of the company, an NBA star for the New York Knicks, Karl Anthony Towns.
Saw that,
yeah. So I don't know if you guys have seen, but to the viewers, I'll show the trailer, or no, I wouldn't say the trailer, but the video real quick. It's really cool. I was about a month ago in New York when they were filming it. And yeah, really nice guy as well. Karl, that being really nice guy. And yeah, we'll just quickly have a watch. It's only a minute long, and we can go. Let me know if you can hear the audio. I'm not sure if you can hear the audio. Did you hear any audio?
Not yet.
Not yet. Yeah.
Okay. 1 second. Then I have to make sure audio is ticked. Probably should have figured this out before. Here we go. Also share audio. Perfect. All right.
How do you feel after another victory?
It's really good, so we're excited. We're happy to be here. People only see the wins.
And there it is, folks. The
trophies.
final buzzer sounds.
The moments under the lights. But they don't see this. Adversity. Everyone faces it.
No.
But those failures motivate you to try harder, to try again. Ola Prime is the platform used by pro traders. No hidden rules, just fair trading. In basketball and in life, speed is the difference between success or failure. Ola Prime has the fastest payouts in the industry with less than an hour. Adversity sometimes just means a new beginning. Ola Prime, trade with transparency.
There we have it.
Nice. Very nice.
Really cool.
Masterclass advertising. Like it's like the video, the quality, like everything is.
Yeah, absolutely. Can you?
I think
for some reason I have disappeared.
Where you
Okay, give me 2 seconds. You guys continue. I'll figure this out. Clearly, sharing the screen messed something up.
Yeah,
So
Aymane, do you want to talk through your trades, and I'll come back to mine.
Yeah, sure. So let me just start quickly by showing the couple of trades I took. I was in a Zoom call with a couple of friends, so I didn't record actually, but I have. I think Sam will laugh a lot because the second scalps I took a sell short.
No, actually, no. Fair play. I was expecting it to go down as well. So any opportunity, like if it gave, excuse me, if it gave like an obvious scalp to sell the market, I probably would have done it too. So
yeah, can you see my screen?
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So let's start first. How I was looking to the charts. What was the plan like before the open? So this is yesterday daily candle. So we closed like a big candle into this, let's say this trend right here. So I was expecting, let's say we will take the previous daily high, react from this supply from the daily and the 4 hour, and retrace a little bit. Maybe if there is some news, something unexpected, we could come back to this gap, fill this gap. But yeah, so NY session open right here, somewhere here. So we touched already the supply. We got a couple of reaction. So I was focusing on the 15 minutes. So I have a couple of zone drawn right here. And if you remember, Sam, we talked yesterday about it, like this pattern, and it's exactly what happened. So we took this high just by a couple of points, and then we came back, and then we push higher. And I had a zone, actually. This is a demand zone I have here. I had this demand. You can see it's same type of how I draw the demand. You can see this candle. It took the previous candle with this wick, come back, close green. It's unmitigated. We never like test this zone. So if I had this setup, let's say on the NY session, will be really, really nice to take buys to target those let's say those high. But when we open up like the NY session here. So we had the CPI news here, touch this supply zone on higher time frame. So I was expecting in the beginning a little bit, let's say a touch, and come back to see those lower demands. But yeah, you can see that the market open and it starts flying. So
like a rocket.
yeah, directly. So I was following with the delta. Delta helped me a lot today for a couple of scalps. So let's go through just the first trade I took. First trade here, I don't have the 30 second, but basically, you know, the scalping strategy I use. I have this 3 minutes, so right here, and I was waiting, to be honest, to sell in the beginning. But when I saw, let's say, the delta, I will show it in a few minutes. Like I showed us some strong buy and the price, how the price moved. It was like we retraced 2 points and then we push, let's say, 20, 30 points. So, and then I switched my bias when we took those highs right here and we held here the price. I had my confirmation on the 30 second, and on the footprint also we had big clusters at the top, so I was looking for continuation. And actually I bought somewhere here, so after this candle close, and my stop loss was, I think, 30 points, but just waited a little bit and it was like, let's say, it was struggling to break, and especially on 1 minute, if I switch to the 1 minute. So we were struggling here to break, struggling to break. So here after this candle, when the price came back to my, let's say, to my break even, and then close the trade on break even, try to re-enter, got stopped out, try to re-enter somewhere here, got stopped out. I had a really tight stop because I saw on the footprint, let me show the footprint just so it will be more clear. Just I saw big clusters at the top, so I want straight continuation, but my stop was really tight, so I got stopped out 2 times there. I think, let me see, it's, yeah. So here I got the first break even. Here I got stopped out 2 times, and then I went to rest. I was looking for a continuation from those clusters here, and then wait a little bit, took a small break, and then took my first sell basically right here. Let me show the first short. I took the first short here. So actually I was watching the 15 minutes class delta charts, and when we touched like this price right here, we saw this minus 200 something, and we on the 30 second is more clear, but I don't have it here. So we saw, let's say, a big push, and I just enter right here and straight put my stop to break even and took, I think, yeah, some 10 to 15 point that I took, and I exit just a quick, let's say, base hit because I was on the negative. The other trade that I took, it was a short somewhere here. Basically, I saw that we are, let me go back to the delta. Okay, the numbers are a little bit different than before. Is it here? Oh yeah, I think the number changed a little bit. Let's see. Okay, now yeah. So actually I took a sell from here. So after this 5 minutes candle close, so I had this 5 minutes confirmation. So we had this 160 at the top of the candle, and the next candle we had similar to yesterday, the trade, the scalp I took. So it was like not much, nothing strong, and we still hold this 160 cluster. So it was purely delta, this scalp. And then I to be honest, I hesitate a little bit to enter here, but after I saw like this minus 221, I was in a 10-tick chart. So I say this 221 into this 160. So I wait for the next candle to open, just saw some bearish momentum and took a sell, took a couple of points, I think like maybe 20 points, something like this. So the sell was basically, where is it? It was, yeah, here. So took a sell somewhere here. Yeah, and exit here. So yeah, finish the day break even. Overall, yeah, we were pushing strong, no really retracements, and maybe the setups this there is no maybe, but maybe I should have, like, let's say, just work more on buying in the top, because now in this the conditions start to change a little bit. So buying in the top, there is no top with this market or overextended. So when we start, let's say, to just the sentiment is changing a little bit, and especially I trade a lot this type of condition that's just we open and we skyrocket to the to new highs. So now it's time, let's little bit to adapt, and let's say there is no overextended, there is no, let's say, it's too high to buy. Just if I got the confirmation, I should pull the trigger to enter. So yeah, so overall it's not that bad. So yeah, got a little bit emotion here, took 2 losses after the break even, and I saw the price like went high after the break even here, so took a couple of losses. It was a little bit, let's say, really tight stop here. But yeah, we finish approximately at break even after a couple of trades here and here. So as you can see, the pattern that we had today, which is, you will see all the time in this type of market, if it continue, like strong trend market with momentum, just continuation, and the delta helps a lot in that. So you can see that, let's say here on the open, the NY session open, so this is 15 minutes. So we had from the start, let's say, push, and we had a big cluster in the top. But to be honest, I was in the beginning, let's say, more mixed if the supply will hold the price, or like just the momentum will continue. So it was a little bit in the beginning not clear. But let's say starting from here, you see this big clusters at the top of the candle, and this pattern you will see it a lot when we are trending aggressively. Just close of the candle, 15 minutes or 30 minutes, big clusters in the top, straight continuation. So and we saw this like multiple times today, we saw it here, and I think biggest cluster was somewhere here. So that's why we got a small retracement, we got a big absorption here, and straight continuation. We had the biggest cluster here is 349, and we got straight continuation. So we will start see this.
So the pullbacks look very similar in terms of size, don't they? They from the high, it seems to be very kind of similar in terms of points, or pips or ticks. Like the distance pullback. So it seems to be kind of, just kind of steady, strong move, and then a little pullback, and then up it ramps up again. Same kind of pullback, and seems to be the nature of the business today.
Yeah,
actually, yeah, and there was this pattern a lot that I trade, but I was, especially here and here, but I was selling here. So just big candle, and then take this previous week, just invites sellers that we are pushing, and then straight come back strong. And like when you were watching like the NASDAQ live, when this moves is happening, like we are moving fast, especially after this candle here. Like we move so fast to come back to this, to break the highs. So
there's kind of no escape for the sellers on that big down candle. At the end of the down candle, it looks like it's bearish, and there's no escape for them when the market just turns.
Yeah, and especially like if you are, let's say, your strategy, you don't adapt to certain type of market. Let's say when you see this strong, let's say this is strong 5 minutes bearish candle, maybe you will see, okay, we are pushing now, let's say we will get a retracement. But this type of days that we never get a retracement. And I think I was mentioning a lot of times before that when we have a news pre-market, I think I said it with you, Sam, like when we have a news pre-market and red folder news. So most of the time, the markets on the session tend to take one trend and just continue. So like with this thing, like it helps you sometimes just to avoid couple of losses. Yeah. So maybe we enter, let's say, new era of just strong trending. I think yesterday I mentioned something like there is a really big difference between like a trending market like this, like enough retracements, big push, enough retracements, big push, and what we saw today, and maybe we will continue to see this upcoming weeks, is just big push and small retracements, big push and just small retracements. So
Yeah.
so with this type of trend, really strong. Yes, I sold today, but it was mainly, let's say, delta. So I was not looking for 50, 60 points. I was looking just for 10, 20 points, because I saw like on the delta that there is some short-term sellers. But otherwise, like when you notice, let's say that we are in this type of market, like just big push up, really small retracements, big push up, like you can avoid a lot of losses. Let's say if you have a couple of zones here, supplies, so you see just a small reaction and the break. You see a small reaction and the break. So it's just Tuesday. We have tomorrow, I don't know like what we have in the calendar, but still there is a lot of opportunity. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah. So if you got a bad day today or break even like me, this is just Tuesday. So there is still yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And there's no real news tomorrow, but we'll see how the market goes. But no, really interesting stuff. It was extremely bullish. I mean, like, I'll show you quickly what I did today. I could have very easily got caught out, to be honest. I was very lucky. If I pop up the chart first. Right, so where are we? So we were, it looks like such a mess, this chart. Would you believe it? On Monday, I cleared the whole chart and redrew everything fresh, and now it looks like this already, one day later. So, but never mind. So the market opened around here somewhere. Yeah, so this candle was market opened. So we had this gap in volume at the bottom here. What I wanted, I had a bearish mindset. So I wanted to see it break below that gap, come up, and then I can short it down. That's what I was hoping to happen. But it never got there. Never even got close to it. It just shot up. It created then this gap in volume, which then I drew out. And it came back, retested it ever so slightly. You can see the wick just about touch it. That's where I jumped in. And then I rode it up to about here. And then it exploded up. And then it came back again, this retracement. Or maybe it was around here. I can't remember exactly. But basically, I entered two positions. One position, got in, got out. Another position, got in, got out. And then like a tiny scalp around here. I think I bought around here. Or maybe around here I bought. And then halfway through it, I mean, probably within a few minutes, I was like, what the hell am I doing? This is a bad idea. So I just got out the trade. I was breaking all my rules basically in the last trade. So let's show how that actually looks in the market. So so here it's just broken above. You can just about probably see it on the small chart here. It's created that gap in volume. We've just broken above it. Now it's come back. This is the gap in volume. And I'm looking now for a rejection. I'm looking for some sort of buy pressure, some sort of indication that, yeah, this is going to start going up. So I basically wait. I'm pretty happy that I'm seeing, this nice wick get created. So I jump in and I set my take profit pretty much at these highs here for that last little long time ago. I mean, this was ages ago. But these highs right here, which are basically the next highs. So that's where I set my original take profit, which was a bit ambitious. I'll be honest. It was a bit ambitious. I do modify my take.
In these markets, you can't be too ambitious, I think, the way they're going.
No, the thing is, like Sam all the time, Howard, like Sam every time when he tried to hold the trade, like it never goes well.
Where did it actually go to? Wait a minute, I need to now check. I swear, if it hit the take profit, I would be very upset.
I think
I
it's
don't think it has. It's nowhere near, is it? Oh no, look at that. Oh, yeah. It's far away.
I'll give it an hour or so. Give at least another hour. You might
maybe we'll see this hit in 2026. Maybe. Very ambitious, but anyway. Not much really happens. I mean, it kind of goes sideways a little bit, but I'm never really in much drawdown. Just kind of plays out. This is a very short trade. If I just forward it a bit, it's a pretty boring trade, to be honest, because it just was quite uneventful. Here you can see it much better, much clearer. There's the gap in volume. We've broken above it. We came back in. I entered here, hoping to go up. That was the gap in volume. I wanted it originally to break through so it can come back from the other side and now I can short it. But it decided to go up, so I have to use that gap in volume. Kind of just does nothing for a bit, and then it just starts going up. And I get out. I can't remember exactly where yes. So what I didn't do before is, now we're going back a long time ago. There's the 4-hour chart. I went back all the way, back in February or something, or in March, where it originally made the move down. And I was looking at the volume just to see, is there anything I'm missing? Is there any gaps? So I found a gap there and I found a gap there, right? So I mark both those gaps out, and that gives me more of a realistic target for my take profit. So I mark out these gaps, both of them, and I set my take profit now to the second one, which I believe it hit. Yep. So it just hit maybe an hour or so ago. So this one here. So that was my original take profit. Should have held. Classic.
Yeah.
But as we get into the first gap, I'm really, keeping my eye on it, because I still have in the back of my mind, oh, this could drop down type thing. So I'm being very cautious. I'm kind of just really I'm just not feeling it too well. I don't think I close out here. I can't remember, actually. I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure. No, I kept it going. Yeah, I held through it. There wasn't really anything too terrible. And then I did exit about midway through that gap, around here somewhere, is where I decided to finally get out as it started retracing again. Didn't really like it, and I got out. So that was the first trade. Small scalp. Didn't really take that long. And then not long after, where are we? So number 2. There we go. Not long after, we broke through that gap now. So I got out around here somewhere originally, in the middle of it. Now I'm looking for pretty much the same idea. Now that we broke through it, come back. Once it gets back in here, I can buy it again. So I'm looking for a pullback so I can buy the market. And I kind of draw it out. Nothing really happens, and then I pause the recording because it kind of just takes forever for anything to happen. Somewhere here I pause it. I think around the 4-minute mark I pause it because it just doesn't really do much. And then I start recording again once something actually occurs. Here we go. So we came back into it. Just about see it there. It just about touched it here. We came back finally back into it. I started seeing, I actually completely missed this. I was not really looking at the computer, and then all of a sudden I look over, I'm like, damn, how did I miss all that? So I should have entered really around, where these heavy buyers came back in. So I got in very late. I got in quite high up. I really should have been buying, especially, you know, around here. I mean, there's so many opportunities to buy, but I missed it.
Got a big numbers there. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It literally just dipped back in. I could have easily bought it, but never mind. Got in a bit late. Again, take profit, same place as it was originally. And I kind of just wait, never really in any major drawdown. It just kind of floods up nicely, but then it does just decide to stop at some point. Right for it. And the market does this a lot of the time. It will get very close to like an area I would expect a rejection from, and it just stops quite close nearby it, and then has a pullback and then continue, which is exactly what happened basically here today. You will see we get very close to it, super close. Look, we're not far now from my take profit, and then it decides, actually, rather than hit my take profit, we're going to start pulling back. So I just get out because that just scares me. And then I was a little bit annoyed that I did get out, because I was like, well, actually, I probably would be fine. So not long after, probably a few minutes later, I jump in for another trade. Exact same setup. Again, I'm waiting for that pullback, which is now, this is the gap in volume, this area. Seeing it pull back, I'm now looking for some buy pressure coming in so I can buy it back to at least the last high, or what do you call it? My original take profit. But at this point, so I jump in, but I don't know why. I was kind of spooked about this trade. Normally it should be a bit quicker, and it just decided it. Explain it. I can't see where the original gap is. I mean, this will be original. Everything has changed on the volume profile now since it's moved. But I believe it was probably around here somewhere was the original gap. So imagine, like, in fact, I can actually find where it was. So I just do bear with me. So I just do where it is. So I do it to about there. Maybe we can actually see where the original gap was. Yeah, here we go. See it. And then what time? I think it was a bit further than that. Maybe to around here somewhere. Ah, we're in the hour chart. No wonder. That's why it looks so weird. Right. Gotta go to the 15. Here we go. And then drop it to about there. There we go. Now we can see it. So that's where the gap was, right here. Right. So this looked like at the time. And it's come back down. It's got touched into the gap. And now I bought around here somewhere. Where did I buy? I bought quite in the middle of the gap, somewhere around here. So actually a really good place to buy, to be fair. A really nice place to buy. But what spooked me was this is like the closest gap. And we've got quite a bit now. We had this pretty strong rejection. It got close enough to where sometimes it doesn't have to touch these gaps. It can get very close, but still react quite well because it's not a perfect area. So I kind of got spooked that this was actually not, I don't know, wouldn't hold, and that we're going to probably go down maybe to this gap and then potentially go up. I did get a bit spooked, and I pretty much got out at like neck even or so. It went up a bit, and it just wasn't moving. I don't know. It just didn't feel right. It's very hard to kind of tell you exactly why it didn't feel right, but it just didn't feel right. Maybe it was because it was the third trade in a row, and I felt like my luck might run out. And maybe it might be a psychological thing.
It might be because you started the day with a bit of a bearish bias in your mind, so you've got that. Yeah, it's going to come back at some point. Could be something like that.
Yeah, and I felt we're quite overextended, and I don't know. I kind of lost faith in the trade, and I got out like pretty much at break even or so. Not much profit, but nevertheless, 3 trades, all just small buys, just riding that wave up. Should I probably have held from the beginning and trusted my original take profit? Maybe. But every time I do that, it never works out. Every time I don't do it,
Yeah.
it does work out. So
Yeah.
Sam, just I answer when you were explaining one trade. If I can just show it quickly and get back to you.
Yeah, please do. Absolutely.
But just on trading view. So you remember Sam 2 weeks ago when we talked about, like, after I finished the session, like there is some A+ setup always up here. So it was one of. So I was waiting actually for this demand here. Basically, it's the same way I draw my zone. So you can see this candle here. So we took this previous week, close green, and we got the continuation. To be honest, here I was watching. I was still, let's say, trading, and I was waiting to buy here, but we close inside the resistance. So we close here inside the resistance, but next candle we close above everything. So, and then we came back for the retest and then took the buy from here. So if we switch, I don't know why I have zone here. So normally the entry is here, but I didn't get the entry. I didn't get, like, let's say, just sort of this candle here. Just get it same thing here, or at least like big push to invite sellers somewhere here. And then when you check the delta, so look at the delta, I really like it. So we had this big push, we had this 214 cluster, we got a little bit of continuation and we pushed down. But yeah, we broke this 214, but we came back right away. And you can see here at the low of this 5-minute candle, we had minus 106, minus 87, and here we had minus 122. So basically, I bought just to target first those highs, and I will manage the trade after the 15-minute candle close, just to see if it will close above here. Maybe I will move to break even, and I will update you guys later.
No, it's looking really good. Sorry, before you stop, where is your take profit set?
Next to yours. So actually there is a imbalance here. So that actually I will see if, let's go back. I will see like this next 15 minutes candle closer, because there is an imbalance. I will show it. I want to see, let's say, fast movements. So if I don't see it, I will go break even. Let's show it just.
Yeah,
so we broke that
far back.
Yeah, let's go to the 1 hour. Yeah, here. So we broke the daily supply, and there is, let's say, sort of imbalance starting from here. So I want to see just a quick move up. If not, maybe I will go break even after the 15-minute closure, because when you check also the footprint, yeah, we are having some big cluster here in the middle. So let's see if this candle will hold or not, or maybe we will come back, take those lows. But I will for sure manage the trade after the 15-minute candle closure.
Very nice.
Yeah. Now it's retracing, but in from the 1 hour, let's say, candlesticks, when I look at the candlesticks, it looks good because like we have small candles. I am more, let's say, careful when I see big candles at the end. But now I see, let's say, small candles, so maybe it will continue small or it will push straight. So we will see how this 15-minute candle will close. For now, we are closing inside this resistance here. I want to be honest, I want to see, let's say, closure above here and continuation. So if we check quickly, sorry, Howard.
No worries.
If we check quickly just the 15-minute candle. So yeah, so we have some big clusters, continuation here, continuation. I was based on this demand right here. This is my and we tested right here, and we had this push. So yeah, so on the 15 minutes, we have some 248 at the low, or let's say in the middle. So maybe we will respect, let's see how the price will react when the next 15 minutes open. Let's see if we will test those clusters, get a little bit of continuation to the upside. Yeah. Let's see the 5 minutes, go back. Yeah, so 5 minutes for now, it's okay. Just I want this 5 minutes candle like to push, not an empty candle like what we had yesterday. So as you can see, we are still holding this 268 and 158. So we are still holding this price. Yeah, if we break lower, maybe it's a start of, it will start to take those lows here, but we will see. We will see. So in terms of volume, in terms of volume, there is nothing, let's say, to worry about for the reversal. Just let's say 2,000, 2,900, like nothing big. Yes, we have 5,000 here, but yeah, nothing big. If we switch to 30 minutes, just to check the 30 minutes candle. Yeah. So we had this big cluster here and this push. Now we are printing a 157 at the top. So let's see first how the 15 minutes candle to close, and then we will decide.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should be an interesting one. Yeah, well, keep us the moment some update. Just feel free to barge in and be like, update the trade.
Okay, sure.
We like the live trade, so
yeah,
pretty awesome.
Sure.
Howard,
yeah,
you're the sterling man.
Yeah,
Andre Addisi, not Addisi. It's Andre Addisi. That's a tennis player, isn't it? Andre Addisi.
Yeah. Back
Andre Alessio Berti is asking about the pound. Sorry, Andre.
Yeah. Okay. So let's kick it off with the pound. So obviously we'll start off with the weekly. Obviously, major trend is still up for me. Going back to 2022, we've got this nice kind of developing upward trend. More recently, on the weekly still, we've had this kind of nice recovery back up to the swing high of the trend. But past few weeks, obviously, there's been a bit of an issue on the approach. So we saw a couple of long upper shadows here. I think those that follow candlesticks will call it a tweezer top. And last week, another kind of upper shadow, and then we got the kind of the gap down after the weekend's events, a push down early, and then here we are, we're back up significantly, back up inside last week's range and even above last week's close, which is interesting too. So maybe, just maybe, that's the bottom of the correction. I'm still a mega bull on this market, as I'm a mega bear on most of the dollar crosses. So I think what we've done is literally we've corrected this kind of thrust higher. I don't think we're actually correcting this whole move up from 121. I think this is just a correction of this move up from 127.08. So I think quite possibly that's the bottom of the correction, 131.40. So zooming in a little bit closer now onto the daily. So we've had this, obviously there's that kind of vertical ascent, minor pullback, new high, struggled on the breakout, and then snapped back into the range. Then it formed what some might call a bit of a head and shoulder top, where we had this kind of attempt at resuming the uptrend, and it topped out not a million miles away from where this previous swing high was. So a kind of a left shoulder here, a head, a right shoulder here. So then yesterday we got the breakdown, but now here we are, we've literally engulfed all of yesterday's move lower. So not a good look if you are holding short on that head and shoulder top breakout. So I think, as I say, this is probably the bottom of the correction within the bull market. We may well be in a similar kind of situation to how we were back here at the bottom of the last correction. So we could well be about to see an an acceleration higher, having done the correction. So moving closer in, I didn't catch it this morning, so I'm kind of looking for the retracement, but it looks like a bit like the NASDAQ and the S&P. We're not in a mood to correct today's move, so it could well be maybe tomorrow we start to see some kind of corrective pullback. Seems there's quite a lot of resistance up here once we get above 133. So 133, 133.20, quite a lot of resistance here from that massive move lower there. So a lot of, and I think that's probably why we're kind of struggling here right now. I don't want to short it, looking for this move back. I'd rather be on the long side, purely because my bias, my view, my multi-week view is positive. So I'd rather be buying a nice healthy pullback, maybe tomorrow, and then look for that push to new highs. What was the question we had about levels?
Is the pound US dollar making a pullback to fall? So I think he's asking, is this little push up we've had in the last 2 days, is that just a retracement and then it will continue going down? I think that's Andre's question.
Yeah, I think not. I think not. But that is my. I think we've seen a major low here at 130, 140. So I'd be a little bit cautious about looking for 130 and below. Of course, it may happen, but I just think the way that things are shaping up on the longer term perspective here, just going back to that weekly, it's just like we've had it. So we've done literally 100% retracement of that bear swing. So the buyers are still in control of the market, but this for me is just a temporary setback within the uptrend. So in a similar way to this was a kind of a temporary pullback, new highs.
Yeah.
I think again temporary pullback, and at some point we will make new highs for this this uptrend. So that's my that's my prognosis. In terms of,
I would totally agree as well.
Yeah.
Just having a look at it, where it's bounced off from. So where it started pushing up just in the last 2 days, beautiful gap in volume. To me, it's clear as day. We're going up. We might have a bit of a pullback, of course, but there'll be more opportunity to buy than short the market, I would say. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way I see it, and I think it tends to do these kind of decent pullbacks against the trend as it's going on the intraday chart. So maybe there's a 30, 40, 50 pip pullback perhaps tomorrow, and that'll be that'll give you the impetus to dive in on the long side. So I'm literally looking to buy around 32.5, but I doubt whether we'll see that this evening in the last few hours. But the buy stop is there just in case we get it.
Yeah.
So that's cable. I'll just go through. I'm in a trade at the moment on dollar CAD, as I mentioned earlier. Similar kind of rationale in that for me the multi-week, multi-month trend is down. So dollar Canada, this is the weekly chart. Obviously, we topped out 147.93 going back a few months. We had a swing down, minor correction, swing down, and here we are, I think, kind of doing a minor correction against this this downward trend. Levels wise, the market topped out at this really extreme level going back to 2016, 2017. So this is a great place for dollar Canada to top out, which it did. So this is like real overvaluation, these levels. And since then, we've come back into the old congestion. The high was 139.77, not a million miles away from where today's high is, to be fair. And I think there are a lot of people that are trapped above this level. So a lot of buyers that are trapped above this this line. So what we did was we kind of broke down through it, closed below it, and we've closed below it on several consecutive weeks. So I think there's a lot of people, buyers, that are trapped above this line, and I think that's probably why we're kind of rejecting from it today. So this is obviously the weekly candlestick chart. So it looks like it's forming a long upper shadow for this week, although obviously this week is still very young. But it's not a bad place for the for dollar Canada to struggle on the bounce.
Yeah.
So moving down to the daily. So you've got those levels on the weekly. On the daily, we've also got this kind of old swing low coming in at 140.27 or so. And this kind of reaction high that comes in at 139.77. So there's a kind of a congestion zone where it would be natural to expect some kind of rejection, I think, even if you were kind of bullish on a longer term perspective. So for me, this, excuse me. So for me, this seems to be quite a good area to expect the turn to come and the sellers to come back in after this kind of fake out, move lower, and then snap back higher. So on to the intraday. So intraday, I think double top on the intraday, which is really why I've kind of dived in and pulled the trigger on this short trade here ahead of sterling, ahead of euro, and the other ones, purely because I think we've made a kind of a double top on this thing, and that is giving me kind of the strong signal that we've seen the high. And looking for the thing to start to nibble lower over the next day or two. I've got my stop above the day's high, above the double top high at the moment. Should we start to break down into the low 39s, then I'll be lowering that stop to sort of reduce the risk as we go down. So that's where I am on dollar CAD. Target wise, the idea would be to hold it for maybe 2 to 3 days, looking to take some profits 139, and once we get down to the low 38s, that might be a good target for this thing.
Yeah.
So that's it's interesting how these dollar pairs they don't always move in unison.
Just a quick update. Sorry. Yeah, just it stopped me out at break even, and I will show just what is the plan now.
No problem.
So got me out at break even. Like the bias, the trade is still valid, and so this is, let's show it on 30 minutes. So I will wait to see, let's say, more confirmation right here if it's still valid. Like when we check also why I moved to break even, because the 15 minutes it closed weak, and we had, so this is the 15 minutes candle. You can see we had this 231. I was waiting, okay, just straight continuation. Maybe there is some buy stops here, just activation and continue higher, but it did not. And when I saw the 5 minutes, it was looking a little bit not perfect. So yeah, we had this big cluster here that we hold, but you can see this 5 minute retest. It was empty, and this one start to push down. So I think we're gonna take those lows, and the setup is still valid, and we will wait for more confirmation. And that's, I think, what it's doing. On the 1 hour, we have still this cluster, this big cluster here at 21,277. So maybe if we will take the lows on the 5 minutes, come back here, give me some couple confirmation, and come take the highs. So I will keep you updated if there is something. Thank you.
Awesome.
Very good.
Okay.
You're like a train announcer.
Sorry,
and that's all for today. No, thank you.
No worries. The announcement. Yeah. Public announcement. Okay. So yes, that's dollar Canada. So they're the two that I've got strong interest trading wise. Euro dollar, I think that might be something for tomorrow, perhaps, if I'm not in sterling. Just going over the chart on euro dollar again. For me, long term, we're in the early stages of the next leg up of this long-term bull market, which started back in 2022. We saw the first leg up to here, and then we saw like an ABC correction down to the low of the year, and then we're starting to move higher, stepping higher on the rally from 101.78 or so. For me, the pullback came back a little bit further than I expected. I was really looking for these highs to hold around 112.15, a little bit higher up, and it's gone a little bit lower, but here we are, we're kind of rebounding from the lows, so it hasn't really dented the long-term bullish outlook for me. It just came back a little bit further than I expected it to do. But I think again what we're doing is we're going to form a long lower shadow this week, and that will mark the end of the correction within the bull market, and then maybe next week we start to resume it. So yeah, waiting for I guess recapture of this week's high would be quite a good thing. 112.42, last week's close 112.28, that kind of thing. Once we can start breaking some resistance levels there, then that could be a good trigger for me to jump in on the long side and look for that retest of the swing high. Onto the daily. So yeah, that's the level where I was looking for it to hold, but obviously it didn't. We had that news release. So post the weekend news items that were coming out of the US or Switzerland. But this week so far today, we're starting to see a nice kind of retracement of yesterday's move. And I think once we're through to the high for the week, tomorrow's high, then I think that could confirm the bottom, and then away we go for new highs. The buyers step back in. That's euro dollar. Obviously a strong day, like sterling dollar cable. So quite a nice strong day today. So, but we are still kind of underneath broken support. So it would be interesting to see if it fails here and then gives a kind of a retest and then starts to head higher over the next day or two. But again, watching that one closely. I'm more bullish on sterling dollar than I am on euro dollar at this precise moment, but I think euro dollar will go where sterling dollar goes eventually. So just waiting for that one to set up. Onto dollar yen. Now the yen has been, or the yen crosses have been very, very strong, and I think they're linked to the stock market. Obviously, the stock market has been very, quite rampant. So the yen crosses tend to do quite well when the stock markets are doing quite well. So I'll just flip across to euro yen and sterling yen just to give you a bit of a picture there. So euro yen is kind of breaking higher, or at least testing the top of this consolidation. This looks like a breakout to me. It looks like euro yen is on the verge of pushing higher, certainly challenging this high here and maybe beyond. So you're seeing kind of dollar yen is kind of not doing a whole lot, whereas euro yen is starting to push higher a bit. So that could be something to watch. The yen crosses in line with a stronger stock market. Sterling yen, similar kind of idea there on the weekly. So ultimately within a range, but it looks like we've just taken out quite an important level here within the range. So again, maybe we're going to have a crack at these kind of range highs. So there's definitely some kind of latent strength in the yen crosses, weakness in the Japanese yen. So going back to dollar yen. So dollar yen is so it based at that very strong level here on the weekly chart, which is what 139.5 up to 140, this kind of zone. So we had this kind of push lower a few weeks back, and then a bullish engulfing week, and then we've seen some follow through on the upside since that point. Again, I was expecting the thing to struggle around here and then start to curl over, but I think we are seeing a bit of a slightly stronger rebound, and that is coming through in the yen crosses. But ultimately, I think this this high is a lower high within a new bear market. So that's the major high. That's the first leg down. That's the lower high, the retest, and then we've come all the way back down to, you know, we've basically gravitated back down towards these support levels. But this for me is a bear market rally. Again, it may have gone a bit higher than I thought it would do, but I think ultimately we top out in this region. Below, we've got the reaction high that comes in at 51.21. 150 is quite an important psychological number as well. So that could be a good place to think about dollar yen topping out. So dollar bearish across the board, but allowing, I guess, not allowing, but seeing scope for a little bit more sideways to higher action within this range. But ultimately, I think it breaks down. I think this breaks down in line with a weaker dollar across the board. So moving on to the daily. So the daily, a bit of acceleration here, obviously yesterday. Today we're seeing a bit of dollar weakness, as we're seeing dollar weakness across the board, but you can see that it's muted. It's not as aggressive as it has been on sterling dollar, for example, and on euro dollar today. So there's definitely that yen weakness coming through on the crosses. So yeah, just seeing how we play out on this particular trend here. So no real trading idea at the moment on dollar yen. This could be a double top, but at the moment it looks a bit kind of shallow. I'd like to see it back down into this consolidation, close the weekly gap before thinking about selling into this thing, because the yen crosses are still quite strong. Onto the Aussie. So the Aussie's been quite rampant today.
Sorry, Howard, to interrupt
the
you.
Aussie's been.
Sorry,
yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So the just. Yes, I think.
Oh, yeah, let me just 1 second.
Yeah, do you want to take the screen?
All right, he's got the screen now. There we go.
Yeah, so this is the cluster we talked about. That's the 640 on the 1 hour chart. Okay. I want just to take quick reaction like a scalp, but I think it did already. Let's see. Yeah, the only thing that's a little bit changing the context. It's not like we are going bearish, but maybe we will have deeper retracements or staying in this range. It's this 1 hour here. So you can see that we took this previous week, come back, close red, and when we check the footprint, like we had some big clusters in the middle. So yeah, I want to scalp the first reaction, because the first reaction is, even like the sellers are strong, the first reaction you can get a quick like 15-10 points. But yeah. I will wait now for like the price, how it will react from here. But I will avoid for now just to buy, just because of what happened here and those sellers on the 1 hour. So when we check also on the 5 minutes, so we have some big cluster at the low. So let's see this 5 minutes candle, how it will close. Yes, we could hold this 1 hour cluster, big cluster, and come back to the all-time high. But I wish the context for me changed a little bit, because I combined price action also with the delta. So I am out for now. So thank you. Sorry, yeah. Howard.
Not a problem. As they say, if in doubt, do now, as they say.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Okay. Yeah. So on to the Aussie. So the Aussie has had quite a good day today. This is the weekly. So again, just big picture stuff. We had this big range on the Aussie, where the market kind of found support in the early part of the year. had an attempt at rallying while euro dollar and sterling dollar were rallying and dollar yen were falling, but there was no real upside impetus. Trump came out and did the bad news on the tariffs, which saw the dollar fall out of bed and the stock markets crash, etc. And the Aussie dollar and the Kiwi dollar both literally fell out of bed at the same time. So the market, so it made a new low, but we've since seen that kind of bullish engulfing. And that for me is the major low on the Aussie against the US. So this is a weekly chart. So like the dollar Canada has got that massive resistance level above the market, Aussie dollar has got that massive support level below the market. So since doing the bearish engulfing, we started kind of working higher, broke through this last lower high on the weekly chart, and we're closing above it. So this for me is a really positive looking chart. In fact, this week so far, we've had a little push lower and it broke through last week's low. And here we are at the top of the week and deeply into last week. So this week's low, again, could well be the low for the correction, as it is, I think, with sterling dollar and probably dollar Canada as well. So that looks pretty basy to me. Onto the daily. So we had that sterling-like rally, multi-day rally there with hardly anything on the downside, then a sideways move, then a new high, false breakout, back into the range, and yesterday an attempt at the lower end of the range, false break, and then today here we go. This for me looks like the start of the next leg of the bull market. A very powerful bullish candle developing today. So this could well be a good buy on dips tomorrow for me. Although I've got dollar Canada, but you can't do everything. But that looks pretty conclusive to me in terms of a buying opportunity. Bearing in mind that the big picture for me is one of basing and the buyers gaining control after a panic sell-off, V-shaped reversal, and then a bit of consolidation. And then I think before we know it, we're going to be pushing higher. So I think the Aussie is a buy on dips. So as I say, I've got dollar Canada, so I don't really want to kind of increase the exposure too much. I guess tomorrow, should we get a pullback, we've got a bit of a support coming in around 64.40, 64.50, this kind of area here. So that might be a good place to look for a corrective pullback. And then go with the momentum for the next leg higher. So that's Aussie. Kiwi dollar tends to do the same kind of thing as the Aussie. So weekly wise, Kiwi dollar had that again, like the Aussie, had that big level coming in at the back end of 2022. It was stuck inside a range, had a retest of that level back in the early part of the year. A weak bounce, and then that big panic sell-off on the news, and followed by the V-shaped reversal and the bullish engulfing week. So again, for me, this is I think the first correction within a new multi-week, multi-month bull cycle. So I think we're going to be making maybe we've made it already, a big reaction low down here before we blast higher and have a crack at the top end of this range for sure. That's the way I'm looking at this thing. So Kiwi dollar for me is bullish. Aussie dollar is bullish. And interestingly enough, how we're starting to see a little bit of broadening out of the dollar bear market. So whereas previously it was really all about dollar against the euro, dollar against the pound, dollar against the yen, now we're starting to see the dollar fall against the Aussie, the Kiwi, and the Canadian dollar. So you're starting to see a kind of a broad-based move, which a lot of people see as a good continuation sign of for a trend. So that's that. Any thoughts on those ones, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. There's a lot to unpack there.
Yeah.
A lot to unpack. But yeah, no, I would. Your analysis seems sound to me.
Cool. Yeah. No, it's just it's interesting. I like the Aussie it's a bit like what sterling did fairly recently, where it had that big move higher, and then it had that shallow correction, and then a kind of a false breakout, a little breakout, and then back into the range, and then once it's done that, then the real move can kick off. You know, it seems markets tend to like to do that sort of thing. Like I guess a bit like here as well, where you get a big acceleration down, a relatively shallow pullback, a new low, and then test the other side of the range, and then you go again. So markets tend. I don't know if you see that a lot on the equity side, guys.
Yeah, we that pattern happens a lot. I mean, I think pattern-wise, you'll pretty much across all markets. I'd be surprised even if even in the crypto, I wouldn't know, but I'm guessing they'll probably have similar patterns as well.
Yeah, just a sort of psychological thing where it traps both sides before the real move kicks off. You know.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. That's exactly it. As long as people are people, and they try and chase the trend or chase the money, you're going to see stuff like that occur. So yeah, you get FOMO both sides. Exactly. Exactly that.
How's the stock market doing? Is it basing out yet, or is it still falling?
So the NQ actually just the first one red candle on the 1 hour time frame after how many green candles? So the let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 green consecutive candles and the first red candle. So it's still bullish, still strong. Yeah, maybe a couple of traders will start to sell now. Maybe we will take another time the high before staying in a range. But I am expecting, and I could be wrong, when we have this pattern, if I can share.
Yeah,
sorry guys, today it's
I see Robert's left. Probably a bit late, you're probably gone, but take care, Robert. We'll see you tomorrow.
Take care.
Yes, so for me, like, yeah, we took liquidity here and we took liquidity here. So I think if we were gonna not break strong now, I think we're gonna stay in a range for which is normal, because now it's a little bit close to the close of the market. So I'm expecting just we will stay between this two points right here, because just for me to avoid the ranging markets, I always, when I see this pattern, like we took this previous week and closed green, and here we are taking this previous week closed red. So when I see this pattern, there is 70 to 75% chance that we will stay between those let's say 2100 400 max, and let's say 2100 200. So we will see.
It's been quite a ride, isn't it? That's a big move.
Yeah,
that's a big move, and especially like if we start here from the London session, so it's 2.4. Actually, I got used to those big moves on tariff, like if
yeah.
So to all this move is 2.4%, and if we will come back like just a little bit on
look
April.
at the size difference.
Yeah, so let's measure this move here. Well, 15%.
Absolutely crazy.
Yeah. That was after the president gave his buy recommendation on the stock market.
Yeah, that was literally there.
Send it on Discord, Telegram.
I didn't get the memo in time, sadly.
I know.
Yeah.
Do it again.
Yeah.
Actually, he did it. He did it. I think when it was last week.
Yeah, I think there was another one. There was another one.
Really? What was
he did it last week.
Buy.
He said just go. Yeah, he said just go buy stock.
Yeah.
The exact time? I bet it's that spike in the middle right there.
I'm lost for words. I'm lost for words.
Yeah, and actually, I think he said it somewhere here, like last week, and I think we show it on the live sessions last week. Like he said it somewhere here,
Yeah.
and look,
Look at that
if
nice
you
gap
follow
as well.
Trump signal, you are up
Yeah.
6%.
Who would have
yeah,
guessed that following Trump's tweet could be the most profitable trading strategy this year?
Amazing.
yes. So just last updates, and so we respected this 640. We get one touch, and we got, let's say, the push. The first, let's say, resistance or sellers are here. So let's see how the price will react to those clusters right here. So I'm expecting maybe a slower move, but everything is possible. So we touched these 640 clusters. Now we are getting the reaction, and I did good to, let's say, go break even. Like I think the entry was, let's see, the entry was somewhere here. So the entry somewhere here, stop loss was somewhere here. Yeah, but when we saw like some absorption on the 5 minutes, just so we didn't. I want this two clusters to hold, but we didn't hold, and especially after this retest here, and it was empty. We started pushing down, and I went break even. So yeah, so nothing for now. I think it's we will stay in a range, as I said. So when we see the 30 minutes, so we have buyers here at this, I think, let's put it this way. So we have this 637, I think, cluster here. Let's put it on green, and we have this two clusters of 300 here. So I think we will be between those two buyers and here and those sellers. Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah. I guess we can take a look at gold.
Yes.
Usually quite a good one to have a look at. It's gone a bit quiet of late.
I haven't looked at gold in weeks. So
can you see my screen, guys? Does that come through?
We can. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can.
Cool. Excellent. So obviously a bull market, but a bull market that's kind of hit a bit of a stumbling block at 3,500. So we had the long upper shadow here, and then a pullback, and then a retest, which also had a long upper weekly shadow. And again, this week we're trying to break down, but we're finding support around this this low of the pullback so far. So could well be one of those situations where we're kind of at the bottom of a range that's developing. But obviously there is that risk of it being a double top on the daily chart. So that's something to keep your eye on, I think. There's obviously a lot of strong support that comes in from this previous swing high, and also from the pullback low so far, 32.01, 32.02, which is kind of where we're trying to base at the moment. So this is definitely one to keep your eyes on in terms of it could well be a buy at the bottom of the range. For me, on the intraday chart, we've got this kind of trying to step higher from the low. So that may well be constructive in terms of basing, but we need to perhaps spend a bit more time going sideways and kind of perhaps grinding higher. So this is definitely one to to watch out for. It looks like it's trying to develop a kind of a series of higher highs and higher lows. Yeah. So maybe if we come back towards the end of tomorrow and we're still kind of here, then that could well be a good kind of impetus to have a crack at the long side for the breakout. So it looks constructive, but there is that risk if we crack through this low here, these two lows, then we could see that kind of breakdown. So I think this is on the radar, a bit like Eurodollar for me. It's on the radar What I want to buy it, but I can't buy it. I think it's constructive, but it needs a bit more time, I think, to play out.
Yeah.
Anything? What are you seeing on gold, guys?
For me, like when I see, sorry, Sam.
No, go on, Aymane. Aymane, go.
No, for me, like when I see the stock market is rallying like today, like I find it a little bit difficult to, let's say, buy gold, and so, and also like when we see, let's say, technically, like on the daily charts, so we start forming, let's say, a double top if we check the daily, and there is also a little bit of room to retrace more lower to like 3,100 level. So yeah, of course, now we are sitting on a support, so of course we should not, in my opinion, let's say, sell from here, but let's say another pullback to fill the gap, because like on my chart there is a gap on between the, let's say, 3,330 and 3,294. So if we will get a push there, strong push, maybe some sign of reversal, maybe we will break the supports at 3,217. Yeah, that's how I see it.
Yes, it's an interesting setup, isn't it? Because you know, it's one of these ones that literally could go either way. But
yeah,
I guess if you're into the trend and you're using the trend, expecting the trend to remain intact until the support breaks, then it could be a low risk buy around here once it bases out, but it does need to spend a bit more time, in my opinion, just to confirm the low.
Yeah.
I
have gold potentially dropping a little bit more before a harsh or quite a big move up. So if I real quick share my screen.
Yep.
Here we go. Bear with me. Boom. Right. Mainly because, so from this massive move up we had quite recently from here to here, the volume, there's a gap here and there's a gap here. There's a gap here as well, or sorry, here, which when we came back, we rejected, and then eventually it blew right through. Did go up quite a bit. That was a bit unexpected, I'll be honest. But I'm sure if I measured the volume on the other side, it would make sense. So if I measure the volume from here to here, I'm sure there's a gap somewhere around here then. That will probably tell us, where's the gap? Everything's looking very messy. Again, let me just actually remove the daily volume profile. And there's the gap right there. And does that line up? Oh, yeah.
Close enough.
Just about. Break above a little bit, but pretty much I kind of held.
Yeah.
And the next gap I see in terms of structure is this area here and then this area here. Now, why it stopped there in the past, I don't actually know. I guess there was lows here. That kind of makes sense. It's a good question, actually. I have no idea. I guess the only thing I can see is the drop in volume. So we had, you know, the point of control here. Well, that's terrible. Let me redraw that. Point of control is here. And then this huge drop in volume. So that kind of works similar to like a gap. So I guess that could have explained this push up, and then maybe even this one. But I do see it potentially getting to this area, then having a nice rejection. So if I was to trade more longer term, I would have my alert set here. In fact, I'll set an alert anyway. The moment it gets into this area, I'll look for a bit of rejection, look in the footprint, buyers coming in, and then I would look for a trade like so there's loads of gaps. There's one really nice big gap here, which lines up to that gap a few weekends ago, I guess it was. Yeah. And then there's another one here, which is the most closest one, which it has just rejected off a few hours ago, whenever it was, earlier today. And then there's one all the way at the top here. So I would probably look for something like somewhere within here. Potentially here's one target, or if I'm being a bit ambitious, this target, or if I'm being really ambitious, I can target something like that. But that would be more of a swing trade than, like, I wouldn't take it because I couldn't hold it, you know me, but that would be the kind of like long term what I'll be looking at. Yeah. And then that like stop something like that. So yeah, I would be interested in buying once it gets down to here. That would be my conclusion. What's a result? We had a comment, sorry. Trade with Khan says, what's a result? Sorry, Khan, we don't understand. Could you rewrite?
So gold. Yeah. So gold stop like at 3,200, and like if you see for example the 4-hour charts, like we had a big push and then it stopped. So even like I see also like the break of this support, but for now like it looks like maybe we're gonna retrace a little bit to those gaps above before breaking into the 3,100. But as it stands right now, of course, if you want, in my opinion, I will be more buying now and maybe tomorrow also. But maybe when we will arrive to those sorts of gaps, I will be more waiting maybe for a confirmation to sell off. And like if we didn't get this big candle at the end, maybe I will look for a sell maybe earlier. But we had this big push, and then the price, let's say, the sellers got absorbed for me without seeing the delta, but for sure like the sellers are getting absorbed. So if we check the 4-hour on the delta charts, we will see some big clusters but no movement.
See, I wouldn't want to sell. No, sorry, I'll be, if I had to choose right now, I'd look more to sell just because we're below that gap. I would only be looking to buy either if we get down to this area here, or if we break above here and that kind of structure, then I'll be looking to buy into there. But I would also have to look at the daily volume as well, which are turned off right now, and see. But there's nothing really major on the daily volume. It's been quite a rubbish day in terms of the volume. It's been pretty sideways. So I don't know. I wouldn't make a move on gold just yet. I'll give it a few days. It's kind of I think like Howard said, it's kind of could go either way. So it wouldn't be the most, for me, I wouldn't want to touch it.
Yeah, and also tomorrow we don't have, I think, any red folder news. I think until Thursday we have, let's check PPI. So tomorrow no news. It will be normal price action until when? Yeah, tomorrow 14. Nothing interesting for the NASDAQ. The 15th, which is Thursday. So we have PPI. We have US initial jobless claims. And we have core retail sales. We have few of red folder news. So tomorrow there is no red folder news for the NQ, especially until Thursday. Thursday is packed. Thursday is packed.
Yeah. Trade with Khan says, I mean, you all analyze the charts very well. So have you got a short or long on S&P and gold?
You came late.
Yeah.
You missed the S&P stuff.
We've got like 20 seconds left.
You came late. Trade with Han. We took a couple of trades. Sam took greedy.
Yeah,
nice
come
buys.
tomorrow. Tune in tomorrow, and yeah,
We'll trade together.
Exactly, we'll trade together. But that is time for all of us here. Howard, Aymane, thank you guys. It's been an absolute pleasure as always.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
Great session.
Sam.
Great session.
Like always, great session. Thank you, Coach Howard, Sam.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And thanks
Take care, everybody.
Robert.
Thanks for all the questions as well. Take care.
Yeah.
Take care, guys. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Bye.